station of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball and a live look at Ballpark Village. It'll be hopping tonight as the Diamondbacks are in town. It's game one, a three-game series, Arizona and St. Louis. Power stats brought to you by Kubota. The relievers racking up the strikeouts. Segrist, Lyons, the rest of the gang, Seung-Hwan Oh. They are part of the power stats, the Cardinal relievers in 2016. Jim Hayes is here. That's the Cardinals Hall of Famer, Jim Edmonds. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us for Cardinals baseball here tonight. The Cardinals, Jimmy, 13 runs scored last night. We thought the offense could be a problem coming out of spring training. That's the last of the Cardinals' worries.
It's crazy how the offense has just turned it up. Everybody was worried in spring training. That's why spring training doesn't really mean much. You saw that when I played. These guys can turn it up when the season starts, and looks like it's worry-free for the offense right now. And get the pitching going. It'll be a great, interesting matchup this weekend.
And that means it's Carlos Martinez here tonight. Patrick Corbin going for Arizona. Matt Carpenter swinging a hot bat. He's at the top of this lineup for St. Louis. Diamondbacks, Cardinals from Busch Stadium is coming up. St. Louis, it's the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks game 1 of a 3-game weekend series. The Kia in the driver's seat, Carlos Martinez, as we flash back to April 26th. 8 shutout innings of 3-hit baseball in an 8-2 Cardinals win. That was game 2 of the 4-game series, and the two teams split the 4 games. So what's on tap is presented by Budweiser. Patrick Corbin, very good on the road this season. The lefty gets the call tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the hard-throwing right-hander, Carlos Martinez for St. Louis. Diamondbacks Cardinals comes your way next. Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. A cool evening here in the Gateway City along with Jim Edmonds and Jim Hayes. I'm Dan McLaughlin. 68 degrees here in St. Louis. Game 1 of this weekend series, the Arizona Diamondbacks and the St. Louis Cardinals. Diamondbacks have been much better on the road this season. Their lineup features Gene Segura at the top, followed by Michael Bourne and then Paul Goldschmidt, Jake Lamb, Yasmani Tomas, Chris Herman, Brandon Drury, the right fielder, Chris Owings, the shortstop, and the pitcher, Patrick Corbin, is batting ninth. That lineup will face right-hander Carlos Martinez. His last start was Saturday, 4 runs in 5 innings against the Dodgers. That was his first start in 8 days as a result of a respiratory illness in which he dropped close to 15 pounds. And the first pitch is a strike, and we're underway. Jimmy, we were doing that game over the weekend, and we saw Martinez hit 101 on the gun.
Well, you know he's got that fastball. And what we've seen early on this season is that first inning he kind of goes out there and tries to pace himself, and we talked about before about being mature and just kind of stamina and going out there and trying to use what you have and not throw the ball behind people.
Show a little control.
Show a little control.
You can see the umpire pointing to the Arizona Diamondbacks in their dugout. We could hear that. He's saying you can take a look at it if you'd like to see if indeed he was hit by the pitch. They say no.
I think that from what I've been hearing in the last couple of minutes, I think we have a microphone at home plate.
We've got mics everywhere.
It's unbelievable how much we can pick up from just the area around the plate.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. And a ball to Gene Segura. 59 hits for the former Milwaukee shortstop, now in his first year with the Diamondbacks playing second base. Those 59 hits, second to Daniel Murphy, who has 60 to lead the National League.
What I was saying before Carlos rudely interrupted us with fastball behind the hitter, pacing yourself, and it's learning too also about what you can do when you don't have the velocity of 97 and when you don't have to try so hard, max effort to get balls over the plate to get outs. And you know, the more he can do this, get through an inning or two or three, the more he can learn how to pitch.
And a high fly ball lifted out to left field. Holiday under it, puts it away for the out. Take a look at the Cardinals defensively tonight. Holiday is in left, Jeremy Hazelbaker in center, Steven Piscotty is in right. Tejada gets a start at third, Diaz at short, Jerko at second, Carpenter is at first base, and Yadier Molina is behind the plate. Different lineup again tonight for Mike Matheny's club, going against a lefty, so trying to stack up some of those righties in there. Here's Michael Bourne hitting 167. Remember, the Diamondbacks traded away Ender Inciarte to the Atlanta Braves along with Dansby Swanson and one of their top pitching prospects for Shelby Miller. And a ground ball is hit to the right side. Carpenter to Martinez, 2 outs. A.J. Pollock is done for the year potentially, and so they went out and got Michael Bourne. So Matt Adams, 4 RBIs last night. He sits first game, and he's using Matt Adams' glove at first base.
Got to borrow a glove here and there.
It happens.
Never hurts.
The Hyundai pitch arsenal: fastball, curve, and changeup from Carlos Martinez.
What I was saying too was, we all know he can throw 97, 98, and probably get people out consistently, but to do that over 7 innings is really hard to do. I mean, it's just hard to keep up that pace. So see how far you can get with maybe 85% effort, more strikes, move the ball around, then when you need it, reach back and go for it.
And he does that from hitter to hitter. And we may see that here with Goldschmidt, a guy that you know could do damage. Off to a slow start, hitting 228.
I've talked to Tony La Russa a lot in the past, and he's mentioned this guy, Paul Goldschmidt, a lot, and he is super high on Paul, and he is like, compares him to his work ethic of the Albert Pujols. He really likes him. He likes him around the clubhouse, likes his ability on the field, and he's, you know, obviously he's had some good years in the past, and interesting to see him for a couple days straight here.
He's got 40 walks. Teams really aren't pitching to him all that much, and you can understand why. And there's Tony La Russa, and I believe that's Joe Carter there on the right, World Series hero from the Blue Jays back in the early 90s. Walk number 41.
The thing with Paul right now too is they're kind of hurt a little bit. He's kind of sitting there in the lineup by himself as far as the lone slugger, and guys are just going to pass on him and get the next guy and make the next guy beat you.
And until somebody shows that they can, why not? Teams always say, if you go talk to Mike Matheny, you go talk to Chip Hale, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, they say you look at a lineup, you find one player and you say that guy can't beat me. And from the Cardinals' perspective, it has to be Goldschmidt.
Tonight especially.
Here's Jake Lamb. You have to keep an eye on Goldschmidt too. He's got 5 stolen bases this year.
And you look here at Jake Lamb, I mean, he's got 6 home runs and 23 RBIs, so he's turning into somebody that can protect Goldschmidt, and especially from the left side.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. The changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lamb is tied with Goldschmidt, 23 RBIs, leads their club in doubles with 13, and swinging a hot bat. 3 homers, 12 driven in the last 12 games.
See the outfield very deep, obviously aware of the power.
Back-to-back changeups.
obviously aware of the power.
Yep.
But like, think about it, Danny. You sit up here. You've played before. You got 97 ready to go at any time you need it, and back-to-back changeups, because you know anybody can hit a fastball in this league.
That's what I find amazing at this level. It doesn't matter how hard you throw. If you don't locate, you don't have movement, it doesn't matter. Guys will hit it. The 1-2. There it was at 95.
I still remember the day. I think I talked about this early in the year, and I was standing on deck, and Kyle Farnsworth was in Chicago, and we were playing in Chicago. He was throwing 101, and Albert took a chest-high fastball and hit it across the street.
Chest-high
fastball for a homer, for like the second or third home run in the game. I was in shock.
The 2-2, and a base hit inside the third base line and off the sidewall. Goldschmidt on his way to third. He'll stop there. And a team high 14th double for Jake Lamb.
A little bit of a beat the shift right there. It's a good job of hitting right here. It basically gets a slider, and you really have to make sure it's going to be a slider to hit, because he can bounce that one at your foot. Just stays inside of it, stays calm, and I mean, you putting the ball in play, you're going to get good things. And there you go. He beats the shift a little bit, and hits the ball down in the corner for a double.
Arizona with one more double now than the Cardinals. They have 86. The Cardinals at 85. And both these teams can hit home runs. Cardinals came in second in the National League, behind the Mets and the Diamondbacks. Just 5 back of St. Louis with 50. Yasmani Tomas. Tomas was a big signing 2 years ago by Arizona from Cuba, and originally slated to play third base. They found out quickly he couldn't play third base. So he's in left field.
And that's not much easier. I mean, tough transition putting infielders in the outfield. It just doesn't work that easy. Not up here.
Game is so fast, as you know.
It's funny because you can get out there in the outfield, and you still, for me, there's balls that get hit out there that you get handcuffed standing, 330 feet away. The balls get hit that hard, and in the corners the balls are tailing and cutting and hooking, and it's just not as easy as it looks.
Here's a 2-0 pitch. I think of Alfonso Soriano. Yankees had him. They put him on the infield. Originally a shortstop that Derek Jeter was not going to be moved. Obviously, they tried him at second. Worked out pretty well there. Then signed with the Chicago Cubs and had to play the outfield. He was a dangerous leadoff man.
Amazing hitter. I can't even imagine him playing shortstop.
No. Me neither. 3-1 the count. You've become the exclusive booking agent, by the way, for Fox Sports Midwest. Oh, yeah.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
you.
Tony La Russa is coming up.
You're gonna say.
We got Andy Cohen. Anybody else you want to add?
I think Alfonso Soriano's coming up later, too.
You can probably get him, too.
That's a visual I can't see. I cannot see Alfonso playing short.
And it's a second walk in the inning, and now the base is loaded. Well, you may see a lot of extra base hits, as we talked about. Both these teams racking up the doubles and the home runs, triples as well. Red Sox with the most so far in Major League Baseball. Diamondbacks 155, the Cardinals 153.
You know what's impressive about that? I look at those are all 4 out of the 5 good hitting ballparks. You know which one is not the best hitting ballpark? This one right here. As far as the way the ball carries early in the season. So that's incredible what they're doing right now offensively.
As we talked about in the open, we did not expect the Cardinals to be a juggernaut offensively, but they have proven us wrong so far. Here's Chris Herman. He's hitting .277, 4 home runs. He's driven in 16. Already pitch number 25 of the inning. 97 on the gun. It seemed to be a pretty harmless inning the way it started. A fly out, a ground out, then the walk to Goldschmidt. Lamb the double. And moments ago, a walk to Yasmani Tomas.
That's the one thing too about putting guys on, especially early in the game. You might want to see what he's got. I don't know, maybe not trying to walk him, maybe trying to walk him. Game plan is up in the air, but sometimes, like, I remember watching pitchers intentionally walk certain players, and then the wheels fall off. It's always this fine line of the concentration, and that's the thing with Martinez is the concentration level has to stay there the entire game. He has to be able to hone it back down, get it back together. If you're walking a guy on purpose, walking him on accident, and pulling it together. There's a lot of other guys on the roster. I mean, you look at the guy right behind Goldschmidt. Obviously, we talked about Jake Lamb. He's got 6 home runs, 23 RBIs, and the guy right behind him, Tomas, has 5 home runs and 4. I mean, these guys hit, so it's not like you can't just. This is not like you're playing a team that doesn't know what they're doing.
Bases loaded, hitters count. 2 balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs here in the first. Ground ball and a base hit against the shift. 2 runs will score, and it's 2-0 Arizona. Herman drives in RBI 17 and 18. Take a look at this pitch. Missouri Lottery Fox tracks.
Might be a changeup right there. Good piece of hitting. I was going to say I hate the shift because he makes a good pitch with the fastball, but it's actually a changeup that he probably should have pulled, rolled over. Give him credit. It's good hitting right there.
So a 2-0 lead early on here in game 1. And here's Brandon Drury.
I'm expecting 97 right here. Here it comes.
Maybe to the backstop.
No, I don't know, but yeah, hopefully not. That lady, that blonde-haired lady in the back, better heads up.
Yeah, be watching out.
You'll love it when the ball hits the screen and you see everyone jump.
I think the green seats, for fans that ever get a chance to sit behind there, they understand how fast this game really is and how much the ball moves.
96.
It's incredible. You were 1 tick off.
That was 1 tick. Yeah, sitting down there is amazing. It really is.
You know, Martinez has really pitched well against Arizona in his career. Came in with 21 innings against the Diamondbacks as a starter and a 1.29 ERA and a couple of wins. There's a broken bat hit to Matt Williams. As Jimmy is finding out, it looks pretty easy from up here. We know it's everything but easy.
That doesn't.
It's a blink of an eye.
Yeah, less than a second, and look how big the ball. See how big the ball looked?
Yeah.
It looked like a golf ball.
Right. Two on and a 1-1 pitch from Martinez. Fly ball into left center field. Hazelbaker on the move, diving, and he came up with it. Takes a hit and 2 RBIs away. Tremendous catch in left center by Hazelbaker. So far, the play of the night, Jeremy Hazelbaker in left center. Jimmy, you did this a time or two in your career.
You can see Jeremy's playing on the other side. Maybe gets a little bit of a late jump and makes up for it. Runs a long way for this ball right here. Makes a nice play.
What is the key to a good jump? I mean, you got great jumps. You played in.
Anticipation. It just really, for me, it was just paying attention and reading where the ball was going coming out of the pitcher's hand. When you're standing back there, you can see the angle of the ball going towards the plate. It's a blink of an eye, but if you're paying attention, your body's moving as the ball's approaching the hitter. And really what I was just looking for was which side of the plate was on, the ball was going to be on, and who was hitting, and I knew what they were going to do with that ball.
You knew the league very well.
Yeah, I mean, I paid attention to most of the hitters. And then I had Dave Duncan, was an incredible pitching coach, but he had a lot of charts on what that hitter did against I can't even think of the word about that. You know, each pitcher had a different thing, and it was like this pitcher was in red, this pitcher was in blue, this pitcher was in green, and that day I would go in there and say, okay, show me all the green letters or all the green lines. And that's how I played defense. I knew what that hitter was going to do against that particular pitcher.
There's a 2-0 pitch to Carpenter, coming off a night in which he had 6 RBIs. And the last Cardinal from the leadoff spot to pick up 6 RBIs, Sean Dunston, back in 2000. That team was loaded with some veterans. Eric Davis, Sean Dunston, Jim Edmonds, Mark McGuire, Tony La Russa at the helm. Sean Dunston had a cannon for an arm. That's ripped into right center field. Carpenter on his way to second. And now on his way to third.
He looks so good against left-handed hitters or left-handed pitchers. I mean, it stays in there. Just nice and smooth. Doesn't try to do anything special. That body that he's got, so tall and lanky. Just hits missiles in gaps. Little bobble right here. Trying to get rid of it too quick. Carpenter seeing that all the way and just keeps on running.
So it's ruled a double and an error on Bourne, his first of the year. Lineup change here for the Cardinals started last night with Aledmys Diaz moving up to the second spot. We talked about it on the recent road trip. If you were to move Diaz up, as much as the Cardinals feel he is comfortable, you wanted to do it with protection behind him. And they've got that with Holiday and Piscotty at 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think, you know, you wait and wait and wait and see if you really want to move someone or if they can handle the move, or you get forced to move. You also know your personnel. Those guys in the dugout, they know what's going on. They know if he can handle it day to day. They see how he reacts, how he reacted to that day in LA when he had those tough plays and was given 3 errors, which I didn't think all of them should have been errors. And you see how he reacts to that stuff. So you throw him up there in the lineup and see what he does. You know he's going to be okay.
The 2-0 pitch. Inside, 3-0.
And you talk about protection. I mean, at any time you have Holiday, Piscotty, you get Adams, Molina, and you got a lot of protection for him. So, and a lot of veterans to help get him through the day.
3-1. 4 road starts for this left-hander, Patrick Corbin. He's 1-0 in those 4 starts with a 1.80 ERA. Diamondbacks have been much better on the road as opposed to what they've done at home. Ground ball that's hit to short. That'll score a run. Carpenter scores. Diaz picks up the RBI, his 22nd, and it's a 2-1 Arizona lead. A look at the Cardinals lineup tonight. Carpenter, Diaz, now Holiday, Piscotty, Molina, Jerko, Hazelbaker, Tejada, and Martinez. I know you were doing the pre and the post last couple of nights, and I had the chance to have Matt Holliday in one of our speaker series. And I said, you know, you've been around the game forever. Your brother's hit coaching at the college ranks, your dad as well. Highly regarded, both of them. I said, just in a general sense, what is it like playing in St. Louis? And he said, the one thing that you really recognize right away is Red Cheney's. The minute you walk into the clubhouse, there's Red. And he'll say, something to the effect of, nice job last night, kid, or whatever, giving you a little bit of encouragement. Then you see on the wall, it's Stan the Man, it's Gibson, it's Brock. I think sometimes we take for granted, but just hearing Holiday talk about that, you take for granted just how special this place is.
For sure. I think we definitely take for granted that they're there every day and they're in the clubhouse and they're helping out. Red was the second person I saw today walking through the clubhouse.
Is that right?
Besides the security guard, Don. I mean, he's always there, day in, day out.
A chopper towards short. Chris Owings. 2 away. The defense for Arizona tonight. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Tomas, Bourne, and Drury in the outfield. Lamb, Owings, Segura, and Goldschmidt, who's won a Gold Glove. He's at first. And Chris Herman is behind the plate. Since Stephen Piscotty was called up just after the All-Star break last year, since his debut, he's hitting .315 in the major leagues.
It's not too shabby.
No.
Gets a lot of praise from everyone. Just talking about the way he goes about his business. It's really nice to see a young player coming up and not be affected about what's going on around you and just going there to play baseball. He said something on the air last night or the day before in the post game. Just listening to him talk to the reporters is just refreshing. It's like, this is my job. This is what I'm doing.
Doesn't matter where he hits in the lineup. Doesn't put extra pressure on himself being a cleanup man. And he singles out to left. Hyundai pitch arsenal with Corbin, a fastball, slider, and a changeup. Had a start earlier this year against the Cardinals. Wound up being an 11-4 loss for Arizona. Went 5 2/3, gave up 7 earned, and the issues with him that night, throwing strikes. He walked 5 in that game. But this is how good he's been. If you take away that start against the Cardinals, his ERA is just over 3.
Everyone's going to have that one start that's going to be bad. It's going to, I think these guys, they watch their ERAs. We talked about watching your stats, but ERA is always important.
Molina, base hit into left. And as you know, Jimmy, when it's your Garden Gnome giveaway, you better get a base hit.
I had that gnome on the desk last night. I look at it, I think it's supposed to bobble like the bobblehead.
No bobblehead.
No bobbling. Thought I saw Andy down there with a little gnome of his own, so hopefully he'll bring it up in the booth.
Here's Jed Jerkos at second base tonight. Hitting .207. 4 home runs. He's driven in 9. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. And Busch Stadium is loud and it is packed tonight. Colton Wong on the bench, along with Adams and Moss from the left side. Grichuk and Fryer from the right side. 2 outs, 2 on.
Did you notice last night the 6 o'clock start? It's nice, a little bit earlier, get home a little bit earlier, except for it was a 4-hour game.
I prefer the earlier starts. I don't prefer the 4-hour game.
Did you notice the crowd though? It took people a little while. I thought we were in LA a little bit.
Filled up.
It did, obviously. People are not used to coming to a 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock game, and a lot of people still working, I'm sure.
There's Segura. Has not committed an error this year. The Cardinals strand 2, but they pick up an RBI from Diaz. 1 inning in the books. 2-1 Diamondbacks. We have something that's a little fun. Take a look at here and how a pitcher approaches Matt Carpenter.
When you see this here, you'll actually see something like this in the locker room before the game. You'll go and see how a left-hander would work against other left-handers like you, and hopefully you'll see this kind of pattern. And this is what keeps Matt Carpenter back and square. And I said in the middle of the innings, what an amazing swing.
So do you get something that's a printout with that, or is it on video?
Well, you can actually go and see a video of the pitcher, and then you can insert a right-hander or a left-handed hitter, and then you can pick all of their pitches or some of their pitches and just see where they go, and they show the strike zone and where they. It shows a bunch of dots, and then you can click on a dot and watch that actual pitch being thrown.
That's amazing.
So you would see what you just saw right there. Let's say 5 pitches. Let's say he's only faced one lefty all year and saw all 5 pitches, and you say, okay, well, those 3 were off the plate. Let me see the one that he threw for a strike. Is it flatter than the other ones? Did the ones run? Let's start and move backwards. Click on number 5, and then right away it goes to the windup, and you see the pitch. And then it stops, and then you see the screen again, and you go click on number 1, and you say, okay, well, what was the one that really was down? Did it sink? Oh, okay, it was a slider.
Patrick Corbin at the plate. But you were the kind of guy and kind of player that took in some of that, but also you were so observant in the dugout where you would pick up little things that maybe a pitcher gives away with a certain pitch.
Yeah, you would look for if he would slow down on a breaking ball, if he did something with his glove different on fastballs. I was always looking for an edge. This game is so hard. I was such a late bloomer that Eduardo Perez taught me a lot. Even in minor leagues, he learned from his dad and being around the big leagues for so long, and then ended up getting to play with him as I moved up the ranks and even into the big leagues, and then he ended up being here. Just so much knowledge coming out of his head and just learning from him, and then just applying it and getting big league coaches to help out. And Dave Duncan was so amazing. It's so funny that Dave Duncan, I give him so much credit. He's a pitching coach, but he helped me so much with defense because he literally was like, this guy's going to do this tonight. This is what he does against Carpenter. This is what he does against Henkin. This is what he does against Matt Morris. And like I said, he's like, look at the blue today, look at the green tomorrow. And it was just like, this guy's a dead pull hitter. And you say, wait a second, against this guy, he's going to hit the ball to right field.
And it would happen.
And it would happen. It's just the way the game works.
And a strikeout of Corbin, the first strikeout of the night for Carlos Martinez. Let's turn to Jim Edmonds, Toyota key to the game.
Well, I think we all know Martinez has so much ability, and my key to the game today would just be to stay on track, stay focused, stay within himself, pitch inside the strike zone and around the strike zone, and just try to keep everything going in the right direction. Try not to lose focus.
The Cardinals could not get Segura out in that first series. He went 8 for 19 in the 4 games that were split between the 2 teams. 1 out, man at first. You know, we've talked a lot about Kolten Wong and where he carries his hands in a stance. Look at Segura. He has changed from his time with Milwaukee. The hands actually have dropped. But as you talked about the other day, he still has that trigger mechanism to get it either up and back or straight back and then explode into the baseball.
Well, we showed Kolten the other day or last night on the post game, I believe it was, and it's amazing to see where his hands were and where they are and how he changed. And then he had said he tried to make changes and then the changes weren't working. What was crazy is when they put them together back to back and ran them at the same speed, he finished and he started through the zone and finished through the zone in the exact same place. And so as a hitter, if you have the technology to see that, you think to yourself, why am I worried about my hands?
Sure.
It's just there's something wrong that I'm not seeing the ball, or something's different. It has nothing to do with your hands. Sometimes guys talk about their hands because they're getting a slow start, getting a late start, you know, trying to pull, trying not to pull. And sometimes it's really just getting your foot down in time, or you're moving your head, or you're literally trying to hit the ball too hard. So it was interesting to see and to hear what he said, because everybody does it. Everybody moves their hands, and sometimes it works and sometimes just a quick fix. But I think he realized that he was good. He just needed to get through a rough patch.
It's taken high, 2 balls and 1 strike.
I've never seen anything broken down so perfectly by our staff that they did. I think it was last night. And then put it together, and I mean, it was perfectly the same. And hands started high, hands started low.
See how low Segura keeps his hands. Then they'll move up. They start the runner. Out. Double play. The fastest man on the field is out at second. That's Owings. And a speedster in his own right is Gene Segura. The double play. Turned by Jerko. 2-1 Arizona. With MLB.com @BAT app. One app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. Jeremy Hazelbaker. And it's caught by Segura.
Did he take his glove off?
Just a rocket hit to second.
I remember playing, and every time I tried to make a good play, I felt like the ball was going to come out of my glove, so I put my other hand in there. Watch this. He did the same thing. Watch this play. This is like, I'm up all the way up here. I am not letting this ball out of my glove.
Wonder if he felt it's going through the webbing.
That's awesome.
An absolute rocket off the bat of Hazelbaker. Here's Ruben Tejada, the 8th place hitter for the Cardinals, batting 160. I don't know if you caught Andy Cohen on the pregame show, but Jim Hayes asked for a job. He wants to do a talk show. He wants Andy to hire him.
Probably not the best time of the year to ask him with that laryngitis.
Probably not. Jim's not in his best state.
I was every time he would come on the air, I was laughing in the studio.
Poor guy, and he's trying to fight through it. and you're sitting there laughing at him? Jimmy, what's wrong with you?
I think it's so funny when you hear someone speak every day for 15 years and then he comes on, hey everyone.
Poor Jimmy.
Oh, he's grinding through it. I love it.
The 2-1. Hit left side and off the glove of Jake Lamb. Right before that pitch, the third baseman Lamb began to back up. If he doesn't have a chance at that ball. Then you wonder if Owings would have had a chance to get Tejada.
Owings was definitely in the right place. That's just one of those balls in no man's land that you both have to go for. And see Scott Rowland make that play all the time, going across right there and catching that ball. And You always see the shortstop right behind him, kind of almost on a knee, trying to backhand the same ball. And he's so good at cutting that ball off.
Roland, it just seemed like a signature play of his to kind of slide and be able to pop up and spin and make that throw. Martinez swinging away on that first pitch. 3 for 15 with 4 ribbies this year. He has 1 sacrifice.
You see a lot of baseball in the years. Is there a better third baseman in your mind defensively?
None. Not even close. Although I need to see it for a longer period of time. And I'm probably biased because I saw him every day. But Roland would be my guy. But tell you what, Nolan Arenado, he's right there. But he's got to do it for a long stretch of time.
How about when you would walk into the clubhouse or get on the team plane and you would stand next to Scott? Can you believe how big he was?
Huge.
You just don't see. You're not used to seeing. Like, you don't get close enough to these people to see how big. I would just stand there and stare up at him and be like, oh my gosh, how do you play like you play?
And he could play basketball. Remember, he was recruited by Bobby Knight. 6 is a serious number. And on the run, Cardinals scores 6. Any size drink, just 50 cents the next day. Coffee fountain, frozen drinks. When they score, you pour. At your nearest on the run, you earned it. I think he would have been, in this day and age of baseball, the ideal shifting third baseman, Scott Rowland. As much as these guys are asked to play shortstop.
Oh, he could have played shortstop, even as big as he was.
No doubt.
His feet were amazing. The thing that I watch about Scott Rowland, and it reminds me of, you see a lot of guys who are good. The guys that are good are always good. They're always in the right position. He always had his feet underneath him. You never saw him throw the ball away. You know why he never threw the ball away? Because he was never out of control.
Right.
It's like when we talk about with Piscotty hitting. You don't see very many bad at bats because he's always under control. And I use that word so much, but it's just one of those things. It's what baseball is all about. It's about balance and being under control and being in the right position to play the game. See a little 2-strike shift again.
Here's an 0-2 pitch to Carpenter.
See that right there? You don't want to throw it in that red zone for anyone who doesn't know what that means.
Red is bad.
Red is bad. That's like watching a tornado on the way. You're going to get some damage if you throw it in that area. Here comes the storm. It's right around the strike zone.
Jim Edmonds has turned into Dave Murray all of a sudden. Well, Scott Rowland was a 7-time All-Star, 8 Gold Gloves. And who knows if he would have been ticketed to Cooperstown if not for a couple of shoulder injuries.
No doubt interrupted his career.
The 2-2. And he got him. That was in that light blue area.
Really light blue.
Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Steel Outdoor Power Equipment, quality, reliability, and value. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. And taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. And a strike to Michael Bourne. Underway here in the third. And it's 2-1 Arizona. Martinez, this being his second year as a starter. Last year in April he was 3-0. He started out this season 4-0. He's picked up the pace clearly here against Bourne and strikes him out. That's as fast as he's worked against anybody this year.
I was going to say, didn't want to interrupt you, but he's all of a sudden just flipped a little switch and picked up the pace. You know what's funny too is you watch pitchers and sometimes they struggle with their command, and if you watch their delivery, they'll be either really slow or really fast, but their arm speed will be different.
Yeah.
And I think Ricky was actually talking about it in a little bit different version about how their arms, drag behind their feet, or if their front foot hits the ground too early, the arms drag, and you'll see the ball kind of take off to this way, to the arm side high. It works that same way with the how quickly they are through the windup. Like if they're in a hurry too much, and you can actually see the windup is faster than what their normal tempo is, their strike zone command will be completely different, and vice versa. If it's too slow and then you try to rush at the end, it's opposite.
Shallow left, drops it for a hit.
Well, it looked like he got a bad jump on that play right there, and sometimes you get out there with especially a power hitter hitting, and it looked like he took a pretty big swing, and you just get that. You think every time a guy takes a big swing, he's going to hit the ball hard, especially when it's the home run hitter. So as soon as that swing goes through the zone and it looks long, your first reaction usually is to go back. And I think he did take the first step back on that. And then it just creates so much more time to get to where you need to get.
Also playing deep for Goldschmidt.
Double whammy.
There's Jake Lamb. Doubled and scored back in the first. Cardinals turn to double play, 6-4-3 to end the top of the second. There is no doubt Martinez working much faster here at the top of the third.
The only thing that worries me about stuff like this with him is the game plan. Like, the first couple pitches in 92, and then he gets mad and throws 97, and then comes out in the third inning and is firing rapid, which it's a great thing if you can control yourself, but yet he's still working on being able to show that he can control the situation when he's out there on the field, and that's the most important part, is being able to control what you're doing.
2-1 pitch in the dirt.
You watch Adam Wainwright when he does, sometimes he takes his time, sometimes he rushes, sometimes he's trying to deceive the hitter a little bit, but you always notice that when he starts to go up and either go over his head or whatever it is, when his leg comes back, he's balanced and he's always on time when he starts to go forward. And that's the thing that he can do because he's been doing it for so long and he knows his motion.
Ground ball. How about 2 again? Out at second, out at first, double play. 4-6-3. Cardinals. And a reminder that we have Cardinals baseball tomorrow on FS1. We'll be back with you on Sunday on Fox Sports Midwest. Also baseball night in America featuring the Cubs and the Giants. All Saturday on FS1 and Fox. Watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
You have a store over there? What's going on?
Well, I'm involved with a number of charities, as you know, Jim. And so Tony La Russa doesn't know it yet, but he's going to graciously sign some of these balls
He
for
does
auction.
now if he's watching the TV and watching the game at the same time.
And if he tells me no, then I'm going to have you ask for me.
I'm sure he won't tell you no.
I've
Just
never
ask him
seen-
in your radio voice.
I've never seen Tony say no.
Oh, he's great.
He was tremendous, always signing autographs, always took a good 10 or 15 minutes before the first pitch to go out and visit with fans and sign autographs, take pictures.
So you do have a store around the corner over there.
I don't have a store around the corner. Will you get off me on this thing? By the way,
I like it.
I'm going to make you have to sign some stuff too.
I'm good with that.
A strikeout of Aledmys Diaz. Number 3 tonight for Patrick Corbin.
Patrick Corbin's starting to settle down a little bit. You see he's starting to throw the ball inside on the righties, and then the righty starts looking for it, and a little breaking ball on the backside and bounce it, and a little over aggressiveness by the right-handers. But that's what pitching's all about. That's trying to make you look for the ball in the inner half of the plate.
Here's Holiday. Rounded out to short. They busted him in, and he breaks his bat, pops it up, and there is Segura.
Like I said, starting to find the inner half part of the plate. You either throw it in there to be effective and get them to chase the breaking ball looking for the fastball, or you sneak it in there when they're not ready for it, and you get the situation during the broken bat and pop up.
And a ball taken by Stephen Piscotty.
Speaking of balls taken by someone, where did you take those from?
I had to go out and buy them.
They were.
Not everything is given to us up here.
You're right.
See, now you're on this side of the microphone.
Hi, Mom.
Welcome to reality, Jimmy. 1, 2, 3. You have to get some more if Tony's going to be in a good mood to sign. Jim showing all the professionalism of some of the great analysts in sports with a hi mom.
I thought everyone, since I was growing up, every time someone's on TV, they say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
That was my one chance to be on TV today. I said hi, Mom, even though my mom's not watching or listening.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I don't think she has the technology yet to see. Hi,
What?
Dad. He might be watching.
Hi, Mom.
There, see, you got a
I
better
know my
chance.
mom's watching.
There you go. Hi, Dan's mom.
My mom gives me a critique after every game. And you know what? I've never had a bad game,
Nice.
according to my mom.
Just say, you did good tonight, son.
Oh, yeah.
Try doing it down there. It's not as much fun.
I can imagine. The numbers don't lie down there.
No, they don't.
Piscotty just got a piece. And she likes you, too. That's a plus in my book.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. Loves
always-
Ricky, loves you, loves Al.
Oh, if she likes Ricky, then and she doesn't know me well
Loves
enough,
Tim.
then, so we're different. I'm just kidding. It's always nice to be liked by moms.
Absolutely. Piscotty on base for the second time. And it brings in Yadier Molina. You were at the night that we had Tony La Russa with our speaker series, and I asked him about Yadier Molina, and he said he's the greatest catcher that's ever played the game.
Wow. That's a compliment.
Said he's a Hall of Famer right now, and he's the best that's ever played. It's quite a statement from Tony La Russa.
Tell you what, the one thing that is different about Tony, and I think that he had a hard time. The fans had a hard time accepting him early on, and obviously the history here. Whitey was here. Red has been here as a manager. The history that he has with just being in baseball, like, he will tell you anything, and he was so good at raising young players. And just listening to him, I think he was 30 years old, maybe even earlier, younger. And he was, here you go, here's the managing job of the Chicago White Sox. And he had players that were older than he was. And just to get through that and learning experiences are just, I mean, it's tremendous to hear.
Runner goes on a 1-1, throw down to second, and Piscotty is out. Strong throw by Herman.
Had a really good jump there. It looked like he kind of slowed down at the very end of the slide.
The Cardinals may want to take a longer look at this. We'll see.
That's close.
Piscotty claiming that the left toe got in there and he avoided the tag.
You can see the slide right here. He kind of slowed down and then had to reach. I think he's out.
I do too. Well, we hope to visit with Tony La Russa, the Cardinals' all-time winningest manager. Now heading up the Diamondbacks. Coming up in the fourth, we'll see if you did it right.
Turns out my dad is watching.
Oh, he is. 2-1 D-backs. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, the top officer for the Arizona Diamondbacks is Tony La Russa, the all-time winningest manager here with the St. Louis Cardinals. And I'm surprised you actually agreed to come on the air with us with Jimmy being in the booth.
Well, I stole 2 of his jerseys and 4 bats, so I thought I owed him something.
Great to see you, Tony.
Well, hope you play the bottom of the 9th, and it won't be so great to see me.
Come on, still.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's
a
simple life we have. You win, good day, you lose, and besides, Cardinals can afford the losses more than we can.
Tony, I'm going to ask you this question. God. This Tomas is hit by the pitch.
Lives and breathes it. I'm telling you.
I just want to let's get a simple answer. How you doing, Tony?
Let you know if we play the bottom of the 9th.
Come on, Tony.
Well, no, I was taught you keep it simple, and how simple. It's really not a difficult occupation. Our product is our team against their team. You keep a score. You win. Had a good day. You lose. Not a good day. So I'm going to tell you, hey, I feel great. We get our butt kicked. Doesn't work.
By the way, I'm doing well. Thanks. Tell me about managing this guy, Jim Edmonds.
Told him what time the game started and who we were playing, and just clapped and applauded when he made plays and got big hits. Now, Jim was he's really really good with his teammates. He cared a lot about his teammates. Always was a big game player. Got a little distracted at times. That's the one thing you had to make sure that you say, Jim, it's over here, not over there.
Manager was a little funky sometimes. You got to keep an eye on him too.
Was he tough on you, Jimmy?
No. He taught me a lot.
Is it hard for you, Tony, to believe? And we've had certain players coming back from the 06 team. Hard to believe, and there's another double play. Out there. Ooh. And Tomas back to the bag at first, but that may have been a catch, and it is. It's a double play.
No.
What do we got?
If he did not catch it, it's a double play.
Now he's going to say he didn't catch it.
No, where are you going?
Nobody knows what's going on.
The umpire said it was not a caught ball. So we'll see. Replay it.
There you go. No, that's. I don't know if you could call that a catch.
I don't think so.
Could be the third double play turned by the Cardinals here tonight, so they're going to take a look at that. That gives us more time to visit with you.
Tony, how old were you when you first took over the White Sox?
34.
Oh, 34. I said 30. I thought you were younger than that.
Well, the truth is, when I was about 24, the managers I played for the minor leagues said, you know, you ought to think about managing. And I thought, wait a minute, I'm a prospect. He said, no, you ought to think about managing. And it took me about 10 years to realize I wasn't going to make it. Not good enough.
How's that experience when you're managing? You were managing players that were older than you, right?
That was a real test. In a couple of ways, you're right. Guys that were older, guys that were making a lot more money, had a lot of security, and even some of the younger guys, they had watched me play, and so I mean, I could never tell them, hey, play it the way I did because I couldn't play. So I just, you know, I was really blessed because I had a wonderful teachers in the Oakland A's organization as a player, and then later on when I started managing, I mean, there were a lot of veterans that liked to share what they knew, and looking back, how valuable that was, I can't even begin to explain.
Hard to believe it's been 10 years since 06.
It is. Time really flies. You hear that all the time when you get older, but if I was surprised. I hadn't really focused on that until I heard from the Cardinals that they're going to do some 2016 honoring of 2007. I went, holy smokes, that now I see it.
And a fly ball lifted into right. Long way to go, Piscotty, and he makes the catch. Tony La Russa, the Hall of Famer, is with us. Stay with us, will you, please? Please.
Another 3 or 4 innings, you'll be fine.
It's a dirty look, Tony.
Got a 0.
We're lucky to have him here in St. Louis. 4-time manager of the year, Tony La Russa. 6 league championships, 3 world titles, 3rd all-time in wins, and the Hall of Fame back in 2014. I mentioned we did our evening with you, I guess it was 2 years ago, 2 off seasons, and I brought up the name of Yadier Molina. I said that you had mentioned he's the best catcher that's ever played this game.
The history of the game. And, you know, I hesitate always to do it too much publicly because you disrespect Yogi and Carl and Fisk and you know, Johnny Bench. I was so happy that Ted Simmons recently talked about Yadi and was doing the same thing, just in awe of his defensively. He's just a genius, and he's a very tough out.
Do you miss being in the dugout?
No, not really. I mean, I left at the right time. I was very honest with myself. Like my dad always said, you know, fool people, don't fool yourself. And I knew it was time to go. I did miss the competition. You know, you go upstairs, and what I realized is how helpless you are when you watch the game, and that's not easy.
Do you like your club this year?
I like a lot that we got.
Molina sent it into center field. Bourne is over to make the catch.
You know, we have a lot of really good athletes. We got the youngest team in the league again for the second straight year. So that means, you know, we learn. You know, we have situations, but they learn quickly. I think we'll improve as the season goes on. I like our future.
In terms of center fielders you managed, and I know you don't like to rank guys, but how good was this guy?
Nobody better. You know, I tell you a quick story, because we had a great one in Oakland named Dave Henderson that had a lot of flash and dash, but he was really a determined defensive player. He took a lot, and I thought, boy, this is a guy because he paid attention to the scouting report, watched the pitches. The first day Jimmy showed in spring training, there was a ball hit on an 0-2 hanging slider that pulled, and he had moved on. He came in, asked Dave, and hey, does that guy usually hang that slider? And we thought, why? Jimmy says, well, because he had taken 2 steps to the right field side, and he missed it by that far. And as soon as he walked, I said, holy smokes, we got one here. Because when you have talent like that, and you're also applying it to being smart, he's right there with the best of all times. And he also had a great arm. And like I said, the bigger the game, the more you can count on Jim showing up.
It's so unique that you're still in the game with Arizona, but you come back on opening day with the red jacket. I'm just curious what that day and what this place means to Tony La Russa.
I was fortunate, you know, doing a lot of those opening days in the American League, different ballparks, a number of, you know, half my career in the National League. And it's not disrespectful, just honest. Nobody does opening day like the Cardinals. So I remember all the years I was here, I would just look forward to the Clydesdales and then seeing the Hall of Famers, and you feel this responsibility to carry the torch that year. And now to be on the field a part of it, I mean, it's very humbling, but very exciting.
So a 1-out walk to Jerko, and now Jeremy Hazelbaker, Tony La Russa, our guest, lined up by the one and only Jim Edmonds. And Jimmy, I know that you've always wanted to put Tony on the spot, so here's your chance.
I get enough chances to talk to him and put him on the spot. Just thought it'd be interesting to get him up here and just not ask the same boring questions all the time. I thought it was interesting. Your manager now, Chip Hale, I played against him since the very first day that I was in the minor leagues all the way up to the big leagues. What do you like? I mean, he's a young manager, I think. He says you spend a lot of time with him in the office and he loves it. What kind of things do you look for in a young manager like that?
Well, you know, he's a really interesting resume. You know, he's raised in the Twin system, been managing the minor leagues. He's coached third base in the Mets. He's been on the bench with Bob Melvin when they were winning. So he really understands his game. He's got a real good personality. The players believe in him. He's got great knowledge. Just a matter of experience. But I will tell you a Jim Edmonds story. You know, if you pinch hit against the left-hander and he give you that look come in, he said, well, what are you doing? I said, well, we're trying to win. And then he started to give you a little more lip. And he'll tell you the truth. He came in spring training and he would say, hey, I'll do whatever you need to do, Skipper. And I had him write it down because I know he'd forget it. And he'd sign it. So I took him by the hand, take him to the office. I said, see that, Jim? You said, what? I pinch hit for you. He says, okay.
Is this true, Jimmy?
Yeah.
What did you think of Tony La Russa, Jimmy, before you got to St. Louis and then after playing for Tony?
I didn't really know him. I didn't pay attention to the game the way I did when I learned from him. I watched the game. I paid attention when I was on the field watching the hitters and the pitchers, but I didn't care about anything else that was going on. I remember we did get in a fight in Anaheim when Tony was managing Oakland it was, I know Mark was in the middle of it, but Tony Phillips, and it was just one of those things that happened. And you know, it happens, and I didn't really know. It was funny to go back and see the video and see Tony and Mark and all these guys that now I know like their family, and to go through that then I didn't even think twice about it. But it's a totally different game since I played here and growing up and just kind of really paying attention to everything versus just yourself.
Tony, obviously you were having a big part in terms of what's going on with what you do on the business side with the Cardinals. You would say to Walt or Mo, hey, I like this guy. If we can make it work, let's make it work. Now you have a chance to do that. What is that side like for you to try to go out and talk to free agents and agents and those various things that you have to do?
That's a really good question. We got to, I'll say this very quickly. Every year that I managed, I had the same relationship with the front office and ownership. They always value the input of the guys in uniform. They had the decision because it was their money, and and like the general manager puts guys in uniform. But they always made us feel like we were part of the process. It astounds me how many teams do not connect with their uniform staff, because their uniform staff is down there, and they are evaluating all the time. And the guys in front office, you had the bigger picture. It's economics. You got prospects. But it just, I feel so grateful that I was in that situation. Like I say, I'm astounded how many teams do not coordinate, connect with their uniform guys. So now that we're upstairs, I mean, it's a real inclusive thing, and we follow the classic formula. We talk to them a lot. We get their opinion. If it comes down to putting a guy in uniform, it's our decision. But once they're down there, then they pitch and play them.
There's a ground ball that's hit to short.
There's our center fielder, Chris Follins.
And the Cardinals strand a runner. Hall of Famer Tony La Russa,
thank you.
always a pleasure.
Dan, always.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Great to have number 10 in the booth with us. 2-1 as we head to the 5th. All right, guys, thank you. It's 2-1 Diamondbacks with the lead. Carlos Martinez back to work. Were you intimidated by Tony La Russa? Some guys were.
You know what? He was so great to me from day one.
And you know that's not an odd question, because some guys really were.
No, but you know what? The way he was open with me right away and was, I don't know, it was weird. It went from like in Anaheim where everything was kind of a mystery. Like he said it really well. They do such a great job of making you feel important when you're down there on the field. Even in the offseason as a player, as a veteran player, you get a call from Walt Jockey and he says, hey, I got a chance to pick up A, B, or C. Which one do you like the best? This one's going to cost this, this, and this. And, you know, what do you think from inside the field versus what we see from up here? And they do. And he did that to me right away. And I was in Anaheim. It was like the opposite what he said. Nobody cared you're a player. Coaches and the managers were here, and then the front office is upstairs. They've changed that since. But it was great. And he did that to me and just made me feel a part of it. He made me feel like, you know, away from the field, like I was his son, like he cared. And that was just one of those things that I took to, and I was like, okay, this guy cares about me. I'm going to do everything I can to make it a good situation. And so, no, I was never intimidated by him. And then the best thing for me was sitting next to Mark McGwire every day when I first got here. Their relationship was like how ours is now. And so he was the guy that always was like, all right, Tony, get out of here. You know, like you're talking too much. But
sure,
he eased it up for the players a little bit, but I'm sure some of the players were intimidated. I mean, I think he got a little bit more intense as he got a little bit older, but he likes to win. And he says, you know, the wins don't feel as good as the losses hurt, and that's the truth. You see, I mean, you couldn't see at home what was going on up here in the booth. You could hear it though, but he's given the strikeout sign and his player gets hit and he's jumping back. I mean, he truly loves his players.
Fastball taken high with 1 out. This is Patrick Corbin. Cardinals have turned 3 double plays tonight. Into center field, Hazelbaker can't get there. It's off his glove and his leg. Piscotty backing it up. The throw into second is not in time. That's your pitcher running, and he can run because he's a good athlete. Was a tremendous basketball player growing up. Baseball was actually his second sport. Grew up in the area around Syracuse University. Huge fan of Jim Boeheim and the Orange. And he never took that for granted. He was running all the way out of the box.
This ball just eats up Jeremy. This is what I'm talking about. When you get in no man's land and 320 feet away, you can still get handcuffed. Just never know what's going to happen. The ball gets hit so hard.
Now it's Gene Segura trying to add to the 2-1 lead. Tony La Russa, I was 23 doing Major League Baseball. He's the manager, and here's this guy that's an iconic figure in the game. And he said, Dan, anytime you want to come into the office and visit, you're more than welcome. You can come in anytime before the media and just sit down, and if you want to chat, we'll chat. I used to sit in there for a good 3.5, 4 hours every day. And you know how he'd do it. He'd always open mail and sign.
Just talk.
Yeah, and just talk baseball. And he was very, very good to me.
You can't catch him. That's the sad thing, that even like tonight, you can't catch him during the game. You can't. He's so locked in, and you can see, like, even up here with us, he had these notes and he had a scorecard, and next to have your own scorecard. He's got his own scorecard with the regular scorecard, and then next to it all the notes that go with it, his own notes. It's just, he's relentless on his drive to be successful.
And you asked him, what are you doing? What are you writing down? He said, I'm writing down every situation, taking notes of the game. Hit to the right side, under the glove of Jerko. Corbin being waved home. The throw by Piscotty is not in time, and a head first slide. And Corbin scores the 3rd run for Arizona as Gene Segura picks up RBI number 23. Matt Williams, the third base coach, was just about down into the dirt next to Yadier Molina, waving home the pitcher.
And that's how you're supposed to do it. And Gene Segura did a great job of running the bases also, waiting to see if the ball got through. You can see Patrick Corbin. He wasn't even running hard, and he sees Matt. You can see Matt way down there. Don't know if Tony was excited to see his pitcher go head first.
Just going to say that.
But then Segura waited actually till Yadi got the ball and turned and make the tag, and then he took off also. So good base running there by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And a fastball in there for a strike to Michael Bourne.
We were talking about being good, and when you're good all the time, or you're at least doing the right thing. The Matt Williams deal right there, and him being all the way down there, that's the way you're supposed to do it. So if you do it the right way, your runner gets a better read. You got more time to create a distance between you and the runner to stop him. So you're taught to run like you're going to score, and then you let him stop you. So the farther he's down the line, two things: it gives you a better chance to get to full speed, and it gives him a longer time to read the play, to give you that stop sign. See, he's reading the throw and he's backing away from you at the same time, so he can give you the stop sign and let you come around the bag, because you don't know once the ball comes out of the hand if it's offline, if it's online, if it's going to get cut. So that's the way you're supposed to do it. You know, a lot of guys will just stand out there and just make the decision really quick, and that's okay too, but sometimes the decision isn't made the right way. We had a first base coach named Rick Burleson. Used to be an infielder.
Yeah.
And he was crazy. He was every bit of energy. Like,
there's a base hit into right center. Segura could walk on home. And Bourne on his way to second base.
Look out.
That ball scooted through.
But he did the same thing. Burleson would come down the line and he would say, listen, don't make me tell you to run, make me tell you to stop. And you see, we've had a little bit of bobbles, a couple bobbles in the outfield tonight. Hazelbaker even swiped at it twice. The thick grass, and you see those cuts out there. The ball, I'm telling you, we talked about that early in the season. The ball snakes. Every time you see a different color grass, it makes the ball go a different direction, and that's why you can't take your eye off the ball.
So Derek Lilliquist out to visit, trying to make sure things don't get out of hand. It's now a 4-1 Arizona lead. You've got Goldschmidt up here after the RBI by Bourne. And Goldschmidt has been on base twice with a run scored, and also a base hit to shallow left field.
We might hear about this from La Russa. As soon as he went back to his suite,
they started to hit. Yeah. He was mad at us when they hit the double play.
Yeah, we won't live this one down.
So 1 out runner at second base. I always got the feeling in talking with the players that they felt they were protected by Tony, whether it was through the media, through what happened between the white lines, but
always.
They felt he always had their back.
You know what I thought was really good, and a lot of players didn't like it, but it was a teaching tool, is he would tell you in a big series in the playoffs, getting down the line, when a star player got hurt, he would pull the team together and say, this is what's about to happen from the media. Pay attention, don't get baited. No, what he was trying to do is keep his club together, not have someone just randomly say, oh my gosh, we're done because Carpenter got hurt. You know, keep your head on straight, answer the questions correctly. We're still good, everything good. And that's another thing that Mike Matheny does so well, communicates, hey, listen guys, so-and-so got hurt, we're going to be all right. Someone else is going to fill that spot. But Tony really went out of his way to teach his players how to handle that situation, which we've seen in the past through the media. And you see Mike there, which does the same stuff. It's just basically, this is what's going to be asked of you. Make sure you're thinking before you answer that question, because everyone's always watching.
Sure.
The other team's going to be watching, and he didn't want anyone to have the edge. And for that is why I love to learn from him, because it's all about that perception at times, and it's all about your work ethic at times, and it's all about whatever you can do that day to win the game.
2-2 the count here on Goldschmidt. Pitch number 80 upcoming from Martinez. Inside.
But my mom's watching too. Both of them. What a crazy world.
Mom and Dad are watching you.
Mom are still watching. I'm not playing anymore, guys.
They're probably more nervous with you up here.
Probably. Might jump out of the booth one of these days. You never know.
It's a big pitch in this game, the 3-2, and it's taken a little high. Well, coming up, chance to relive one of the best moments in Cardinals history. Saturday, June 4th, 30,000 fans ages 16 and older receive an Adam Wainwright, Yadier Molina dual bobblehead commemorating the last out of the '06 World Series, courtesy of Central Bank of St. Louis. Tony La Russa would tell those that were around in '06, one of the best lines that he had heard was from Bob Gibson after they and you had won the World Series. Bob Gibson saw him after the final out, after the champagne had been popped, stuck out his hand and said, welcome to the club. He said, you're now officially a Cardinal when you won a championship. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Lamb. Lined into right, catch made by Piscotty.
I'll tell you about Bob Gibson. I was struggling one year, I think it was '03, maybe '05, and I walked in to ask him if he would sign something for me. It was for someone else. And I said, Mr. Gibson, I always tried to address him.
Sure.
And I said, I'd really appreciate it if you'd sign this for me. It's for someone else. And he said, I'd appreciate it if you start hitting. Turned around and went the other direction.
Did he? He didn't even sign it.
He signed it, but he dead stone-faced me and said, "I'd appreciate if you start hitting," and just looked at me like, "Now what?" And I walked out, came back later. It was in Tony's office.
That is typical Bob Gibson.
Who even thinks to say that stuff?
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Outside to Yasmani Tomas, who was hit by a pitch last time up. He still, at the age of 80, is as intimidating as ever. In great shape.
Intense still.
Yes.
That's how Tony's going to be in another, however old he is, 20 years.
And doesn't miss a beat. He watches this all the time. Here's a 1-1. And a high chopper hit to Jed Jerko. He puts it away. Diamondbacks add to their lead. We're midway through 5. And it's 4-1 Arizona. Mobile. Jake Arrieta starts tonight. Really the series of the major leagues this weekend with the Cubs and the Giants. Garrett Cole made a start tonight. 7 innings, 10 hits. He only gave up a run. Jose Altuve 0 for 2 in his ball game. Jake Arrieta is ridiculous right now.
Yeah, he's, I'm not going to say he came out of nowhere, but like just off the charts in the last, what, year and a half?
Year and a half.
They were talking about, they showed a stat on him, obviously, with all the salaries and stuff, that he said something about not giving a hometown discount to Chicago. And so, what, I mean, and then they were showing Bryce Harper compared to the higher salaries on the offensive side. I said, well, the next thing is, who's going to be the first $40 million man a year? I mean, that's unheard of.
Wong, the pinch hitter, and strikes out. And some believe that Harper could make $500 million in his next deal.
It's not so bad. See, he tried to go fastball, but he wanted the slider, and he wanted to make sure it's down. Down there in the light blue.
The light blue, not the red. So Wong strikes out.
Stay away from the eye of the storm.
It's 5 strikeouts. That pitch taken up by Carpenter. Matt Bowman, the Rule 5 pickup, getting loose for the Cardinals. The top of the lineup. Carpenter has doubled. He has also struck out. Doesn't happen often where leadoff man leads his club in home runs and RBIs. One man has done it twice, Bobby Bonds. Overshadowed by his son Barry, but Bobby Bonds 5 different times was a 30-30 man. He was with the Cardinals back in 1980. Spent 1 season here.
You think about 30-30, and that was before they even had stats for that kind of stuff. It wasn't even hip to be a 30-30.
Nobody really talked about it. And if he got to 30 home runs, that was really doing something. With 2 strikes, the shift on is Lamb goes to the right side of the second base bag.
I am going into the Arizona locker room on Sunday, and I'm going to ask them about the 2-strike shift and why. Like, what do they see?
Kick off your summer with a drink that kicks your taste buds. The bold and refreshing frozen strawberry lemonade. It's back and it's only available at McDonald's. And with all the numbers that we were talking about in the charts, I find it incredibly interesting that when you see a shift, they'll shift on the infield, one side of the field, and the outfield will be on the other side. And the numbers tell you, hits a fly ball, it's opposite way. If he hits a ground ball, he pulls it.
And usually it's obviously, well, not obvious, but the pull side would be on the ground more times than not.
Sure.
That's just because if you get out in front of a ball of anything, of a slider, fastball, if you get out in front, the bat head's going to be out there and you can't control it as well. You're usually going to be roll over something and hit it on the ground. You stay inside the ball and stay behind it, you're usually going to hit the ball in the air.
0-2 the count on Aledmys Diaz. Picked up an RBI in the first, his 22nd, and struck out in the third. 1 through 5 in the lineup last night with the changes. It made a huge difference. They went 10 for 22 with 13 RBIs and scored 7 runs as that catches Herman. Talks with a little higher pitch in his voice right now. Chip Hale, and so many fans have seen the highlight reel of the outfielder Rodney McRae, I believe it was, that ran through the wall, the wooden fence. It was off the bat of Chip Hale.
Chip Hale was the hitter, and it was AAA Portland Beavers. And I think Rodney McRae at the time was playing for the Vancouver Canadians, which was the AAA, I think, for the White Sox that year, and ended up being the AAA for the Angels the year after.
I always saw that highlight and wondered, well, how did he fare after going through the wall? And everybody said, oh, no big deal, he's fine.
I talked to Chip Hale today before the game, and known him forever, played against him every year. We were talking about managing players, and he said players are so temperamental now, and they all want to play every day, and they all get upset, and just in general. And we talked about when we played, and said this is the same way. It's a growing trend. He said, I remember when I was a player, and I was a bench player, and standing there just kind of staring at the lineup. My name wasn't in it, but I was just kind of looking at it. He said his manager in Minnesota said, hey, Chip, what are you looking at? And he said, oh, I'm just looking at the lineup. And he said, you're not in it. Go sit in your locker.
And that was it.
And he said, you're lucky to be on this team. That's the way it used to be when we came up in the 90s. And it said it's a humbling experience playing in those days, and it's changed a lot, but still you're managing people now. And he said he texts with his players, and it's basically decision by committee. He's got so many great coaches on the coaching staff. And then he says Tony's in his office. He loves listening for advice, and it's a cool experience. I think I love watching guys that manage and have all these good and great ex-players down there with them. I mean, how can you not learn from players like that. Matt Williams.
You know, I've often wondered if Chip Hale, deep down, does he feel even more pressure because Tony La Russa is the guy that hired him? He's one of the best managers ever. You know, do you feel that extra pressure because it's Tony La Russa?
Well, he told me that Tony makes him feel comfortable at least, and I think that's the biggest key, and that's what Tony does. I mean, he expects a lot, but he teaches and he expects, but he's got your back.
You know, the Diamondbacks got off to a slow start after signing Greinke, trade for Shelby Miller, and someone asked Tony about the job security of Chip Hale, and he said, "You're missing the point." He said, "Chip Hale is fine. He's the least of our worries. We need to get Shelby Miller going right." And that's been the big issue with them. Those two have not performed to the level that they thought. Now, it's early, but at least initially it hasn't quite been to the level that they thought.
This day and age, you see the players make so much more money than they did before, and the manager's more concerned with his job than the player getting released. Probably not the way it should be, but the way it is.
3-2 the count on Holiday. We'll see Zach Greinke on Sunday. Pac-12 All-Century team features some big names in baseball. Mark McGwire, what he did at USC, Barry Bonds at Arizona State, Randy Johnson was great at USC, and oh, by the way, Chip Hale as well.
All-Century team.
Former third baseman.
He was a competitor. I think we played against each other at every level, all the way up into the big leagues and then in the big leagues. And one of those guys that just see, always working hard. Fun to see him being a manager, and it was really great to catch up with him today.
Here's a 3-2 pitch again to Holiday. Pitch it sharply to Segura. He makes the play. Cardinals strand a runner, and we have played 5 from Busch Stadium. Diamondbacks on top. It's 4-1. Features great giveaways for both adults and kids. 30,000 fans ages 16 and older receive a Cardinals pool tote. We also have the beach bag giveaway, and the tickets are all about the Ritz kickoff to summer weekend right here at Busch Stadium. Cardinals.com/promotions for your tickets. What have you thought of Matt Bowman so far? Chevy called to the pen.
I like his stuff. I really do. I liked it first day I saw him in spring training. I think that He's got the potential to be a really good pitcher. I think that he's been doing a pretty good job. It's a lot to ask for a young man, especially with the, I believe that the pressure of being a Rule 5 player is as much as anything else. There's pressure to be in the big leagues, there's pressure to stay in the big leagues now, and everyone knows you're a Rule 5. And it's almost like I feel like you would almost feel like an outsider at first, because here you are from another organization and you have to be in the big leagues this year when everyone around you's been in the organization for years. It's almost like getting traded, you know, and being an unproven player.
Absolutely.
And no one knows anything about you.
That's hit out of play. Chris Herman at the plate. Martinez again, only 5 innings tonight, which is what he did in his last start against the Dodgers. Got off to the great start at 4-0, and since that time against Arizona, hasn't pitched nearly as well as what we saw beginning of the season. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Told me how some balls are tougher to pick up at the different stadiums you play in. You loved Busch Stadium 2. How about Busch Stadium 3? Did you see the ball coming out of the batter's box fairly well?
Yeah, you can see the ball great here. This is a great place to play. I just thought, and the reason why I say I liked Busch Stadium 2 more than this one is because the ball carried a lot better in the circular stadium for a hitter. And
there's a ground ball hit left side, gloved by Tejada over to Carpenter for the out.
I think when you're a player with just average power to above average power, you need all the help you can get. You know, see a guy like Albert and McGuire and guys like that with a little bit more power, they can hit the ball out of anywhere. But you know, sometimes when you just miss a ball, you'd like to, you know, you get used to it. You'd like to see it go out once in a while. You don't have to hit it 400 feet for it to be a home run. And just felt with my swing being the other way a lot in the air, it was a long way to hit a home run. And I went from leading the league 1 year to only hitting 1 or 2 in, you know, a 1 or 2 year span. So it definitely was a wake up call, and it was a lot more. There's a lot more grass out there defensively as well.
This is without question a pitcher's park. It's a fair ballpark though.
Well, and you can see right now, I mean, the one thing you never had to worry about is the wind blowing in center field, and that was something you never had to worry about in the old ballpark, and I was, I think, spoiled because of that. Now you have a breeze coming in, and I mean, I could say it's coming in off the river, but who knows? The wind blows everywhere here, but you didn't have the wind in the old stadium, and literally was hotter in the outfield than it was behind home plate. So when the ball got up in the air, it kept going.
I always wondered too what Ballpark Village would do to the wind patterns, you know, if it would change the stadium at all. And there were concerns about that when it first went up. Some believe it has made it a little harder to hit one out to left, but not much, as Tejada makes the play.
I would think it would be the opposite, but I don't know anything about the wind patterns here.
And they did a lot of studies too with the ballpark when they first built it, and numerous studies were being done. Did the same thing with the new Yankee Stadium. They thought that would play fair, and that's a home run haven.
I can't even imagine getting to play in a ballpark like that. Thing for me is, for my swing, I hit the ball at the middle in the air, so I had to hit it. And then the balls that you just miss, or the balls you hit the right field or down the line left field, those balls that go to the track for a lot of people, I'm watching these guys hit balls in Yankee Stadium that you can tell when you play this game, you can tell when someone misses a ball and they're jogging around like they hit it 40 rows deep. Like they just expect it to go out now. So one thing I think that the sport of baseball doesn't have with a lot of other sports is the discrepancy in the size of the ballpark. You know, you take Barry Bonds and look what he did. I don't think people realize how much of a pitcher's ballpark that he played in San Francisco.
Ground ball that's hit too short. Cardinals needed that shutdown inning, and they get it from Matt Bowman. Nice work. Piscotty for the Cardinals, highest average against the National League West since 2015. Piscotty at 393. Bryce Harper, the reigning MVP, at 400. St. Louis native Andy Cohen is with us. And, well, you're excited, huh?
I'm really, this is fun in here. I got to tell you something.
Different angle.
I love it. I like the headgear. This is awesome.
So I want to ask you, how did you rope in Jim Edmonds for Real Housewives of Orange County?
I'm not on the show. It's my wife.
As a Cardinal fan, nothing makes me happier that Jim Edmonds is appearing weekly on the Real Housewives of Orange County. I think it's hilarious. I love it.
Hey, let me hold on here. Before this thing hits the cutting room floor,
yeah,
I need to start taking care of my man a little bit better. I want to see him in a great light. I'm not saying he's in a bad light, but I want to see a great light.
Well, I thought Jim did great at the reunion last year, and I think people really saw the real Jimmy Edmonds.
I don't.
This is going to be a quick visit with Andy Cohen.
I don't think people understand your role. I don't know if you can explain your role in that situation. I don't think you actually are as active anymore as you were. But when do you actually see the product?
I see a rough cut of the show and give kind of notes on every episode, and work on casting and all over the place. It's a daily thing. We have 7. I can't believe we're talking about the Real Housewives. Well,
that's all right.
The people are actually watching the game on TV, so
yes,
you can say anything you want.
Exactly.
So this was your idea, though, right?
I was at Bravo with a team, and someone brought us these women in Orange County whose hair was blonder and their boobs were bigger than we had ever seen. And we were like, this is interesting. Maybe this is something to develop a little bit. And out came the Real Housewives of Orange County.
Well, I got to tell you, Andy, it's been great visiting with you. And
guess what? You're going to have to stay.
So you have to stay for another half inning.
Great.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, good. Andy Cohen is with us. The annual Jim Butler Charity Golf Classic on June 20th, benefiting the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater St. Louis. Just head to bgcsdl.org/golf. Andy Cohen is our guest, and we're talking about a wide-ranging number of topics through those 5 pitches of last inning.
I can't believe you let me stay, to be honest with you.
We want you to stay. You're a St. Louis native. You love the Cardinals.
I do. I love the Cardinals. My dog's name is Waka.
I know that.
Yeah, I love the team, for sure. And it's great to be back. I threw a terrible first pitch. I would like to say high and outside, but it was,
High.
That may be not
This high.
Generous.
Yes, that may be generous. That may be generous.
That's how
exactly
we do things
right.
up here. We kind of make it up, so
yeah,
it's all
good.
right.
I like it. That's why I like it up here.
I heard our sideline reporter Jim Hayes pitched a new pilot for you.
Oh,
He did. Yeah, he did.
He wants to do a 53-year-old show
with
featuring
laryngitis.
him
yes.
as a sideline reporter, and then basically
does have
chronicle his life.
laryngitis,
Yeah,
as
he
a matter
does.
of fact.
You're going to chronicle his life and what he does?
I think he thinks that I'm going to. I may have led him to believe that, but I don't know if it's actually going to happen now that I'm in the booth, in the safety of the booth.
Now, you're coming back to St. Louis in October.
That is true. October 15th, bringing the Silver Fox, Anderson Cooper, to the fabulous Fox Theater. He and I are touring the country with this show. We've been in about 20 cities, and I wanted it to be great by the time we got home to St. Louis.
So what is the show about?
It's really like hanging out with he and I, drinking in a bar, talking, telling great stories about pop culture and world events and things that have happened to us, and the audience talks to us. It's really fun.
Kind of like this without the audience feedback.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Or the cocktails.
Chevy Fox Tracks there, the strikeout. Matt Bowman is retired now 4 in a row as he's come back into this game. And that's coming up on October 15th.
There's your dog. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Michael Walker.
And you
Right.
you told Michael Waka about your dog Waka.
Michael Waka met Waka last year, as a matter of fact, in New York City. They were playing the Mets. We kind of met up after the game, a group of people, and Waka was in my car, and I was like, "You guys got to meet each other." So it was cool.
And what did he think?
The dog.
Well, I don't know about the dog. I'm talking about this guy.
Either one.
The dog thought he was cool,
Yeah.
and he couldn't believe how big he was. And Waka thought he was a cute dog.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike, and the next from Matt Bowman. Ooh, up and in.
Not sure about the D-backs uniforms.
That's been the topic.
Has it?
Yes.
They changed them all this year. This is what they're
not
wearing tonight.
Different.
I don't know.
So how often do you get back to St. Louis?
I get back 2 or 3 times a year. I
Yeah.
try to. My whole family's here, and we grew up going to Cardinal games, season tickets. Saw Jim Edmonds make some crazy plays in this place, the old Busch Stadium.
1-2 pitch is foul.
Did I see your mom and dad on the field tonight?
Yeah, they were with
they
me.
went out there.
Yeah, they were with me.
They're the best.
They have so much fun when we come. We have a great time.
Do you ever feel uncomfortable when you're talking to some of these lovely women and some of the situations that they're put in?
Yes, I like awkward moments, you know. Like,
Good.
you know, when
must
I
feel
leave, I
great
hope
about
you don't
this
feel
then.
like this was one. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're all thinking the same thing. It's fine. So, no, yeah, awkward moments are fun. And it's amusing. It's amusing to me.
Have you ever been to the point in one of the reunions? I know everyone loves the reunions, where you really start to get nervous for your own safety?
No.
Because of the ladies are always attacking themselves.
No. I got pushed by Teresa once many years ago. But other than that, it's been pretty harmless.
No one's ever had to call security on the girls? Because I know those reunions can get off the camera.
They can get pretty wild. But we've kept it under control.
Does it get like Springer-esque?
No.
I think it
No.
could.
It could.
I think it
You
could.
need to amp that thing up a little bit.
Jim was there last year. I was sitting next to Jim Edmonds. I said, can't believe I'm next to Jim Edmonds from the Cardinals.
And I was on the couch.
Reunion. He was on the couch with the women. As a Cardinal fan, my mind was blown. I loved it.
And then he was all over me because I was sitting against this pillow and it was pushing my jacket up. And he goes, "Geez, Jim, fix your jacket. And you're on TV." And I'm like, "You made me sit with this pillow in my back," and I pick up the pillow and I throw it off the camera. Gotta fix it myself.
It's all good fun. Hey, by the way, you need to read this.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's superhero night at Busch Stadium on Tuesday, June 14th, when the Cards host the Astros. Fans purchasing the Superhero Night theme ticket will receive an exclusive Cardinals Superhero t-shirt. Wow, get your theme tickets now at cardinals.com/theme.
Incredible, Andy.
I feel like I was just watching Watch What Happens Live from my own TV.
Oh, my God.
What do you think about that, reading the
Got a chance
teleprompter?
to-
I have no problem reading the teleprompter. And doing those reads I do on I have a radio channel on Sirius called Radio Andy, and they have me do these live reads. And I'm a big Howard Stern fan, so I love how he does them. And that's the background of that.
What else can you tell me about Jim Edmonds that I need to know?
There's your read right there for you.
You've got a good chance to make it in this business, Andy. We're all proud of you here from St. Louis.
Thank you very much. I don't think I have a chance at making it in the broadcasting booth that you guys are in.
I think you do.
Have you listened to us?
No.
Nailed the promo, man.
That's funny. That's funny. My mom approves of Jim Edmonds. She's not, she's very finicky about her announcers.
And they watch, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they watch.
I mean,
they don't miss
everyone
any
is.
games. They're St. Louis, and
Yes,
they're not going to miss a game.
Absolutely. They're perched in Clayton, Missouri, checking out the Cardinals, letting it rip.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Instead, a check on the runner at first base. So you approached Jim Edmonds, or did he approach you?
No. Here's the deal. Jim knew a Real Housewife of Orange County, Heather, for years. And then he and his now wife Megan met Heather, and then, when you know a housewife and you're housewife adjacent, and you're as beautiful as Jim's wife is, and the husband is Jim, you're like, they should be on the show. And they said yes, and here we are.
Jimmy, you like it?
My wife likes it. That's what's most important.
That wasn't the question, Jimmy.
I don't mind.
I think you're
like some
amused
of
by
it.
it.
I'm getting tired of some of it because I think that there's some things that go on for the benefit of TV sometimes behind the scenes. And then some of the girls are real, some of the girls are not real. I do like the fact that I'm really good friends with a couple of the ladies now and their husbands, and that's been
you guys hang
really
out.
cool. But there's some stuff that I can deal without. I'm sure you see it, and I'm sure he deals with the same stuff.
It's reality TV, though.
It's true. It's true.
It's not scripted. People always ask, is that scripted? I'm like, no, I don't think you could write anything down that goes on.
You could not. You really couldn't come up with it.
Here's a 2-1 pitch to Michael Bourne. Swung on and missed. Good changeup, and it's 2-2.
So before they hit into a double play right here, your October 15th deal, how do you get tickets to that?
Fox Theater, call the Fabulous Fox, or ac2live.com for tickets.
I'm coming. If I'm in town, I am coming.
You gotta come.
For
you gotta
sure.
bring Megan.
You know what? It is a craze. Like social media wise, I see, and just people that I know and people know that I know you are raving about your guys' show. It's crazy.
It is. It's really good.
You're going to be playing stadiums pretty soon. Yeah, right. You're going to go from the Fox Theater to the hockey arena to here.
Hey, didn't you have a bobblehead last year?
I did. It would like 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yes, I had my own bobblehead night. It was so great. And if you need any, I have a couple cases in New York that I will probably never. I love them. If anyone wants one.
We need to get one.
Yeah.
We need to do our show like he has his. He's got all that St. Louis stuff in the background.
It's true. It's true. Yes.
3-2 pitch as the runner goes, and a ground ball hit to the right side. Jerko underhands to Carpenter.
No double play.
No, that means you have to stay up here another hitter.
Yeah. So Grichuk, what's wrong with Grichuk?
Well, he's got a sore back.
A sore back?
Yeah, he was in the game last night, sore back. I know that, didn't he meet with you and walk in New York and you introduced the dog, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was there that night.
Yeah, so Grichuk's out with a sore back, but maybe we'll see him at some point. By the way, every female fan that's watching Cardinals baseball tonight is loving this inning.
Because we're doing some Housewives talk?
Yeah.
Or just
because you're here in general?
And that too.
Well, that's nice. That's nice.
If it wasn't so crazy in this world, we could announce where we were going to go have a drink and people could meet you. So many people want to meet you.
Yeah,
did you ever think that you would get to this point in your life? Like, I know you have dreams. Like, I admire Danny so much because people ask him about this job and he says he's doing his dream job.
Right.
And I know that's pretty much for yours too, but
100%.
Did you ever think it was going to turn into this?
No. It's kind of all a really happy accident, to tell you the truth. Like, just very organic and cool. And
I mean, I'm serious. How do you come up with the idea that, all right, let's get these housewives together and let's make a reality TV show?
Well, like I said, someone brought us these women and we just started shooting them, and then we kind of formatted it into formatted.
That'll work.
Sounds good.
into a reality soap opera. You know, it's a nonfiction soap opera, and it worked.
But you're also doing a nightly TV show.
I have a late night show Sunday through Thursday on Bravo called Watch What Happens Live, and it's really fun. It's fueled by cocktails and a lot of laughs. It's live. Jim's been there. And
some good
did
guests.
you bartend once?
I bartended once. Yeah,
we had a nice message.
He doesn't like my wife. He won't invite my wife back.
That's all right.
What are you talking about? She's been on my show.
Just once.
You had a nice message.
We want to come
for,
visit more often.
This is getting intense.
Well, you had a nice
How
message.
long is this inning?
For Stan Kroenke.
Oh,
I did.
That had a lot of play.
I did.
Good for you.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I was sent a strong message.
It was heartfelt.
To him. It was heartfelt. It was. You know what? The night that happened, I thought, on behalf of St. Louis, not that I claim to speak for St. Louis, but I was going on TV, and I was like, as a St. Louisan, I would like to salute him in my own special way.
And you did.
I did. Yeah.
This is a family program here, though.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Cohen.
Yes, it is. Okay.
3 outs.
That's it.
That's it.
Say
you
hi,
guys,
Mom, like I did earlier.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi, Mom.
Awesome. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. I'll see you in another hour or so.
Give me those tickets for the 15th, too.
Oh, yeah, you bet. No problem.
I'll be there.
We'll go
Thanks,
together.
guys.
Thanks for coming up. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Here's Jeremy Hazelbaker. Anybody else,
Wait,
Jimmy? You want to bring it in?
Don't throw that away. I'm gonna put this on eBay. This is Andy's drink.
Throw that thing away.
It's a Diet Coke. It's a cup. People are selling gum. You can sell a cup.
Who's the next guest you got?
Fun in the booth. I'm trying to entertain you. I've been doing this job so long. I'm just trying to bring you some fun and
I'm enjoying it.
Watch a baseball game at the same time. Hopefully we get some runs. The 3 innings to score 3 runs to tie the game.
Got Andy Cohen to break down the Diamondbacks uniforms. Real Housewives. His big event coming up on October 15th as Hazelbaker strikes out. Catcher can't find the ball. That's Herman. He does, and Hazelbaker is out. StubHub. Great place to find tickets wherever you may be. The best seat for your buck. Just download that StubHub app. There's Ruben Tejada with 1 out and nobody on. The Cardinals trailing by the score of 4-1. And the Cardinals against Corbin here with only 4 hits.
I was going to say, Patrick Corbin has kind of figured something out. He's been moving the ball around, pitching in a little bit, and last few innings has turned in a little bit of a masterpiece right here. You figure out a way to get some runs, or what we always used to say, get him out of the game.
Yep. There's Randall Grichuk. Left with a sore back yesterday and apparently good enough to pinch hit here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's pulled just foul.
You see Corbin here. He tries to get a fastball in, fastball away, and then he'll throw that slider, which he just tried to do right there. Throw it kind of middle in, make it look like the fastball, get you to start to swing, and then it ends up breaking down by your back foot. Nothing you can do with it. There it is again.
3-2 on Tejada.
Kind of fallen into a little rhythm, and no one's really jumped on it yet.
We've had Tony La Russa, we've had Andy Cohen, we've got Jim Edmonds.
And we got
Jim Hayes.
You.
I'm here every night. A 3-2 pitch and a walk. Tyler Clippard is getting loose in the pen for Arizona. This will be Randall Grichuk. And the slow walk here by Chip Hale.
Wow.
And he's going to go to his bullpen. 99 pitches for Corbin. That'll be it for the lefty. The Diamondbacks, Chevy call to the pen. Clippard has been getting loose. We'll see if he comes in. The Rocket Arms, Quicken Loans. Trevor Rosenthal around 97. Broxton just below 95, and Broxton getting loose. So the night is through for Patrick Corbin. You mentioned it, Jimmy. He could get locked in, and all of a sudden he did. Pitched very well tonight.
Yeah, he gave up that run early in the game, and then he just kind of, you know, it's funny. You watch these guys that struggle in the first inning and then just dial it in and start to get in a little bit of a groove and start to paint in and out and mix his pitch as well. He did a good job. Just a crafty lefty.
Clippard has been tough on the Cardinals. Last 8 games against St. Louis, 7 2/3 and a 1.17 ERA. That pitch taken high. Number of years with Washington, little time with the Mets, was with Oakland, and now with Arizona. Hyundai pitch arsenal, and you see a lot of changeups, nearly 40%.
Definitely in the back of your mind when you see that, you know coming into the game when you're facing him, that's what you're going to get.
Grichuk, your pinch hitter. Ooh, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good swing.
He's just a raw talent right now when you watch Randal Grichuk. The tools are there. Can he put it all together?
Just hope that, you know, when he goes out there every night, he's just learning something and he's getting better and he's taking it all in. And I think that's basically Chip Hale was talking about it tonight, about having how many at bats do you think you need till you start to learn at this league.
What do you think it is?
I have no idea. And he kind of caught me off guard when he asked that question, as he said there was a kid in the organization that had 900 at bats in the minor leagues, and he was just starting to figure it out a couple years later. And I said, well, was that good or bad? And he said, well, think about it. 900 at bats is basically 2 years, only 2 years. And I guess when you look at it that way, you're right. I mean, come out of college, still 2 years of minor league baseball, facing guys that are up and down at this level.
2-1 is pulled foul, 2-2. The change up there.
This level in Double-A is all the prospects, and Triple-A are the guys that come up and down, and you know it's a different animal. It's not college. It's really not the big leagues, but yet guys that get a taste and the guys that stay are people that can do it on a consistent basis, and you need to learn that.
It's interesting you guys brought that up. I was going to ask you about Piscotty. You know, here he is. I mentioned earlier, since he was called up, he's at 315. Used to be 1,000 at bats. People would say if you get to 1,000, you got a pretty good idea of what a hitter may do. But now, with the money in the game, guys are rushed through the minor leagues, and you don't get to those 1,000 at bats.
Well, you know what my answer was to Chip? If you can hit, you can hit. And if you can, and if you can hit, and you're either smart or you're coachable, you can learn really fast. And you just have to, and this is what I say with Randal, is you have to take it in each and every night and apply it. And it might not be within the first month or second month or third month, but it's a little bit at a time. And it might not show up right away, but you start to see little flashes here and there, and that's all you're really looking for.
Does Grichuk get a fastball here? Because if he misses with an off-speed pitch, you bring the tying run to the plate. Does he come with a fastball?
You know what? If I knew more about Clippard, I would say I would probably think the changeup would be coming here, especially the way he's been throwing that fastball. I think he's been throwing up by his face to show, and so he can get the changeup for a strike. And there it was.
And now it brings in Carpenter. Nissan drive of the game off the bat of Matt Carpenter. This was in the first inning. It was a double, then an error on Michael Bourne, and it turned into a situation he would wind up at third, and Diaz would bring him in for the only run for St. Louis tonight.
You know, you asking me that question about the fastball and changeup makes me think about how long it took me to realize that pitchers are throwing balls on purpose. So that at last at bat against Grichuk, you could see it looked like he was trying to overthrow the fastball. He didn't necessarily care if it was a strike, because he's just making sure that he could throw that changeup when he needed to. And usually that 3-2 pitch is the changeup. You can throw it around the zone. You're hoping you can throw it around the zone just enough to get him to swing. Doesn't have to be a strike, but the fastball he doesn't want him to hit. He doesn't want to give up a home run. And let's say if his changeup's his best pitch, he doesn't want to have to give up a home run on the fastball if it's not his best pitch.
First pitch here to Carpenter. Taken for a ball. Might be a bit surprising not to see the lefty here to face Carpenter. Didn't have one ready. Chafin they have out there, and also Zach Curtis. But Clippard has been in these spots before. He's been a high leverage type of pitcher against lefties and righties.
Well, that's what the changeup does. The changeup is the equalizer for the lefties. The slider and the fastball for the righties.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Carpenter.
The thing about being that makes hitting so tough and being the hitter here is you know what he's trying to do, and then you just go ahead and you go out there and know he's throwing a fastball out of the zone and trying to throw you a good changeup, and then you end up out thinking it and taking a fastball right down the middle. That's what makes hitting so tough. You think you know what's going to happen, and still it's not what you think.
And the 1-1 pitch to Carpenter. Change up again in the dirt. 2-1 the count. Hitters count here. Last couple of weeks, as you get a look at Barrett getting loose, Carpenter just seems to be getting more locked in. Early on in the season, chasing more pitches out of the zone. That's something that, when he's right, he does not do. Three and one. Diaz on deck.
You gotta love it. These fans know exactly what's going on. Know the count. Know the tying runs at the plate.
Three-one pitch. Carpenter skies it. He just missed it. Hits it a mile high into right field. And the catch is made. Plaza Tire Service Fox Tracks.
I'm gonna have to say he got away with one right there, because that was probably in the red.
Definitely in the red. A lead miss Diaz. 286 with runners in scoring position. Diaz on the first pitch, pops it up and out of play. A lead miss with 6 homers this year. 21 extra base hits. Tops on the club. The lead miss telling us before the game that he learned to speak English by watching, of all things, Ellen. And that the talk show has actually reached out to Diaz to potentially be a guest.
Nice. It's like the movie Splash. Learn how to speak English from watching TV.
Yep. Here's a 1-1 pitch to the Cardinals shortstop. Diaz out to left. Will it sink down? It does. A run will score. And Diaz drives in his second of the night. Cuts the lead to 4-2. Playing fairly deep in left field, and soft liner sunk just enough.
Mike Butcher, the longtime Angels pitching coach, one of my teammates in the minor leagues.
Is that right?
Yep. I was sitting in Chip Hale's office and guys are walking through there saying hi, and I said, you took a bunch of guys from the Cardinals and Angels and fired them all up into one team.
Exactly. You know, this has been an issue for Arizona this year. It's been awful for Cincinnati. Relief losses with 13. They're on a historically bad run, and Arizona not that far behind, and they're going to have the situation here with Clippard against Holiday. Ball one. The last 7 games, though, for Arizona, the bullpen's been very good. 18 2/3 and a 1.93 ERA. They have thrown more innings than any team, though, in the National League. Will it catch up to them tonight? Here's a 1-0.
Curious to see if he throws that changeup to righties, or if he has a slider, if he's going to throw it. Pretty sure if he keeps throwing that fastball to Matt Holliday, this might be a 1-run game the other way.
One and two on Holiday. Holiday pulls it foul. Sign of many good teams. Comeback wins. The Cardinals with 11 of those. Chicago with 12. San Francisco with 13. The Giants, by the way, have won 8 in a row as they face Jake Arrieta tonight. This could be your ball game right here. A crowd of 43,301 ready to explode.
See set up right down the middle, probably going to be a changeup. You don't see many from a right-hander. Nope.
Strikes out Holiday as he slams his bat. So Clippard strikes out Holiday. The Cardinals strand 2. They pick up a run. Up the ladder of the Cardinal left fielder. 4-2 Arizona. right field. A Chevy call to the pen takes us to hard-throwing right-hander Jonathan Broxton. Along with Jim Edmonds, Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. 17th appearance for Broxton, ERA just over 2. And Jake Lamb will lead it off. What has turned into a chilly night here at the ballpark.
I'm cold. I'm actually cold. It's a lot warmer when you're down there running around in the field.
Feels like a night in San Francisco.
A little windy.
Those nights get cold. Here's an 0-1 pitch to Lamb. Now, you were talking earlier how a pitcher sometimes will set up a hitter. I thought at times that you would set up the pitcher. You'd take a wild swing at something that was not a typical Jim Edmonds swing, knowing that he may come back with that pitch, or at least in that area. You guess right, make the adjustment, and you set him up.
I didn't really try to do that very often. I tried to just, you know, sometimes you're not, I wouldn't call it guessing, but sometimes you're anticipating things that you just don't see, or if you don't feel good, then all of a sudden you'll see something different, or he'll tip a pitch, or, you know, most of the guys when I played tipped their changeups, and so a lot of the pitchers now work on that tirelessly to not do it. And you know, it wasn't that big of a deal back then, because it was kind of a hush-hush thing, and was taught how to read things, and kind of made a good living doing that. But yeah, I mean, when you have to try to figure something out on your own, and you hope something's going to be a certain way and it ends up being different, you look pretty bad.
There's a guy with a great changeup, Michael Wacha. Ran into trouble in his final 2 innings, did not go deep, so back-to-back nights in which the Cardinals bullpen is being used more than you'd like. Michael throws that circle change. Here's a 1-2 pitch from Broxton. Did you pick it up by how they would arrange the baseball?
There's a lot of different ways. You would watch how they set the ball in their hand, and then when they go in the glove, if there's any movement at all, or sometimes you could see
hit the other way and off the glove of Tejada.
You grab that circle change that you were just showing me. That sometimes you have to open up your glove a little bit more, and if you're paying attention, that's why a lot of pitchers turn their back away from home plate. See how they, right there, Jonathan Broxton kind of turns his shoulders. There's a lot of things that you can pick up on. You listen. Some people listen for the catcher, knowing who the catcher is, when he moves more, when you hear him, when you don't hear him. Watch the infielders move. There's all kinds of things going on.
Just had a shot of longtime first base coach Dave McKay. In St. Louis with Tony La Russa. In Oakland prior to that. Now with Arizona. One of the real good guys in the game today.
Yes, he is.
Always has a stopwatch. He's got the times for the pitchers. Used to set the outfield defense. Cardinals have turned 3 double plays tonight.
He used to get mad at me when I was hurt. He told me as a joke, "I like it when you're out there." And I said, "Me too." He says, "Well, it gives me a little bit of a night off because you're directing traffic for me."
You'll see him after every pitch go right back to the base runner, go over the situation, times to the plate. 0-1 pitch to Yasmani Tomas is hit out of play.
You know, the thing with Tony is he was so relentless on not letting anyone know what was going on with our club. And so you see Dave McKay over there. Not only is he making sure that the first base runner has the signs. If you're the first base coach and you only walk over there when something's on, pretty obvious what's going on. So he walks over there every time. He says nothing's on. Hey, make sure you get a jump if the ball's in the dirt. Don't forget there's 2 strikes. There's only 1 out. There's no outs. It's something in your ear. He's coaching every pitch. Game is so fast. We talk about you lose track of everything that's going on when you're worried about running, stealing, ball in the dirt, how many outs there are, where they're playing in the outfield. Is the hitter going to hit the ball to right field or left field?
So when he's helping with signs, and you see him every time, he'll kind of put his hands on the shoulders or on the side. Does he give you a little tap?
Sometimes he'll squeeze you, and he'll just say, if the first, it depends if the first base coach or the first baseman's close to you. Like sometimes the first baseman would literally stand right there in your face. So it was kind of a joke. Some guys mess around. Like you'll see the third base coach come up to the guy when there's a squeeze on. The third baseman will get really close, and he'll, if he knows the first baseman's listening, he'll pinch you and he'll say nothing's on. Which is basically the pinch is, hey, you're running.
Sure.
So there's all kinds of games. He'll say, hey, next pitch, look for the hit and run, or hey, next pitch we're probably going to run. A lot of times Tony has already told him a pitch before. Don't even worry about the signs at third base. I want him to run.
2-2 outside.
So much going on.
See if they want to start the runner here on 3-2.
Look for the pinch.
That's when you know.
That's when you hear the first base runner go, ow. Oh,
something's on.
Yeah.
Not running on 3-2, and it's tapped foul.
I was playing first base when I was a young player, and I think we were in Cleveland, and they had a coach that would just always talking to the runner, not get too close, and he would say, all right, you're all right, you know, whatever, blah blah, and then he'd come over and he'd say nothing on but a bunch of baloney, and that every time he said that, they ran. And it took me like 2 innings because I was, you know, just a young player, and I said, hey, I know when they're running if you want to know. And I started sticking my hands up and telling the guy they're running.
And it's a walk.
You would think you would come up with some better signs than that.
So the first 2 have reached, base hit and a walk. Tomas is really a free swinger, so he's walked a couple of times though here tonight. Chris Herman, the catcher, had a 2-out bases loaded single that scored 2 back in the first inning. Third baseman Tejada cheating in. And the bunt is down. Molina only play to go to first.
Great bunt. That'll make Tony happy. Talk about those notes and what do you say? Situations. That's one of the situations. He's writing that down and he's putting a little star next to it.
Here's Brandon Drury. 1 out. Runners at second and third. So they'll walk Drury.
Told you. He's writing it down.
By the way, that is Ed Lewis, who is behind Tony and Joe Carter there. Joe Carter, special assistant to Tony. Ed Lewis is the man that actually started Cardinals care here in St. Louis.
Wow.
And Ed is now running the analytics department for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
If I'd have known that was Joe Carter before the game started, they probably would have told Tony to hold off and brought Joe Carter over here. One of the biggest home runs of all time in the World Series. I mean, they got the shift on for the intentional walk.
Well, your shortstop going behind the pitcher just in case there's a throw that goes wide of Jonathan Broxton.
Second baseman's kind of no man's land. Third baseman's close to third just in case they try to run.
So 1 out and bases loaded for Chris Owings.
So it's really not a shift. in case anyone was wondering in the truck or at home.
Owings has struck out 27 times this year. This guy can fly. It would be tough to get a double play off his bat. You got the corners in. He's 1 for 3 this season with the bases loaded. They have a stat for everything, including close and late. A couple of years ago, Daniel Descalso was amazing in those spots for the Cardinals. Owings is hitting .391 in these spots. But now Broxton's in the driver's seat, 0-2. Outside. Talk about it a lot. These kind of spots, having a guy like Molina behind the plate on an 0-2 pitch that you're trying to get him to chase and not afraid to throw it in the dirt.
Well, you've been taught to throw the ball in the dirt in this situation, and then now you're asking him to make the same 2-strike pitch with the bases loaded and either not worry or worry about bouncing it. You want to know, and Yachty will tell him, hey, go ahead, throw it. I'll stop it. And 99 times out of 100 he will.
Also love the fact that Molina is not afraid to call an off-speed pitch with a fast runner at first base that's willing to steal. And still, instead of being selfish, which some catchers will be, they'll keep putting down a fastball to give them that better chance. He will not do that.
And that used to be the way of the game back in the day when guys couldn't throw and times weren't that great. You knew that's why they threw the contact hitter in the 2 spot, because you know he was going to get fastballs to hit.
2-2 hit out of play.
Then you throw a guy that can hit 30 home runs in the 2-hole, and that game's all out the window. They don't care if you steal bases anymore, as long as they don't give up a 2-run homer.
That's how the lineups have changed over the years. Talked a lot about Tony La Russa with the Diamondbacks being in here, but that number 2 spot would be the best spot in a Cardinal lineup, hitting in front of Albert Pujols.
I didn't mind hitting in the 2-hole. The way I looked at it is you get to hit more.
Hit out of play.
I think we were talking about Scotty earlier about what he was saying and saying all the right things, and I think the one thing that he did say was you're only hitting in the 4-hole once. You know, in the 3rd inning or 4th inning, you might come up 7th. So mentality like that is the right mentality to have.
Runners in scoring position tonight. They are 3 for 7 on the year, 230 with 2 strikes. Cardinals bring the infield in. Outfield very shallow. It's as shallow as you'll see them play. The 2-2. Line foul. Ball gets in the gap. That will score 3. As shallow as Hazelbaker and Piscotty are.
Look at that gap in left center field. You don't see that very often. You're basically hoping and knowing that Broxton's going to keep the ball away. This is where, when you see Yachty set up on the inside corner, if you're the center fielder, you just start taking off running to left center. Like this.
Ouch. Trying to go in.
Talk about panic mode when you're in the outfield. You see 4 sliders away, a fastball away, and then all of a sudden the catcher slides to the inside, and you're thinking, uh-oh.
Hazelbaker, that's as shallow as I've seen him play, even with a pitcher.
They're looking at each other like, hope someone else has got the gap. Taking a chance right here. Taking away a shallow single.
Into center field and a base hit. Hazelbaker over to cut it off. And 2 runs will score. And the Diamondbacks make it a 6-2 lead. It's a very, very good at bat.
They're both right now.
So the Cardinals had an intentional walk to get to Owings, and the move does not pay off as he delivers with a single. Here's Ricky Weeks Jr. Former Nationals manager, now back with Arizona. Third base coach Matt Williams, and boy, does he get down the line to help out his runners. Runners at first and second. So here it is, the base hit by Owings.
You gotta love the energy the third base coach brings. Arm swinging, getting down the line.
Quite a player in his own right. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Ricky Weeks. If not for baseball, the mid-90s shutting down, we may be talking about Matt Williams as the man that broke Roger Maris's record first. He was on his way, had a great shot to do it. Then the game was shut down, lost the World Series, and the rest is history.
That was my rookie year. Isn't that crazy?
There's another former teammate of yours, Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks, he swings and misses a lot, but man, when he connects, he hits them a long way.
He's actually one of those guys that's almost too fast for his own good. He's got a really short, quick swing, and sometimes his bat doesn't stay in the zone long enough to really make an adjustment. But been a good player for a long time, and he's got some ridiculous power.
The 2-2 pitch. Taken high.
He was a running back, I think, and
he was
football, high school, and I think college maybe. He is built.
His brother Jamile Weeks, saw him earlier. He's in the big leagues. Runners at first and second, and a 3-2 pitch from Jonathan Broxton to Ricky Weeks. Into center field on a base hit. Seven to 2 Arizona. And a rough outing here for Jonathan Broxton. Chevy called to the pen. Dean Kekepper coming on as Weeks adds to the Arizona lead. 7-2 D-backs. It was last Saturday. Talking with Dean in the clubhouse today. He's also a first-time father. He and his wife had a baby boy about 6 weeks ago, so this has been a pretty good year for him. One out, runners at first and second. Back to the top of the lineup and Gene Segura.
You watch him come up here and done a really good job of just throwing strikes, keeping the ball around the plate, being aggressive.
You know, I told him that you were curious that Dean told me you were his favorite player growing up, and he said,
yeah.
I wish that Jimmy would come and visit with me. I
I'll
want to
come
talk
down
to
there.
him.
I have to go down there and say hi. I had the opportunity today, and it just kind of blew through the clubhouse there. But
He said, I was a center fielder, and Jim Edmonds was my guy.
he's turning into my guy. I like it. He's coming up throwing strikes, fearless. I mean, what do you think? You see the same stuff. You don't see guys come up like this and just really, I guess you'd call it attacking the zone. I mean,
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
just, and he's on the edges.
Well, I think the Cardinals and anybody that calls up a pitcher that spent as much time as he has in the minor leagues, or even young pitchers, they want to see them throw strikes. They want to see him come up and not have fear once they get up here.
I think they've done a really good job in this organization, but in general, I remember being in the minor leagues and just playing the game. You just play the game every night. You're battling for your life, basically, and just trying to get through the day. Now they're teaching players how to become a major league player. They're teaching what's expected at the major league level. They got big league players down there teaching these kids what it's like. You got Izzy and Ludwig down there teaching the kids how to act. You know, there's just so many ways now to teach to be prepared. And before, I felt like we were just learning the game. Now they're teaching you how to be a big leaguer. And I think it's made a big impact on the way younger players play the game at this level when they first get here. How many times do you see a guy like Piscotty come up and just be what he is? And
This will be the fourth double play. No. Good play by Keycapper to get the man at second base, Speed of Segura. He gets down the line.
I think either we're doing it a lot better, as you look at this play one more time. Good play by Keycapper. Second baseman covering, probably because the shortstop was playing a little bit to pull. That decision was made long before the ball was put in play. I think what I was saying too is I think we're spoiled because I know that it's taught in this organization that way, and we'd see the result when the younger players get to the big leagues.
There's Michael Bourne, RBI double midway through. 1 for 4 tonight. And here's the 0-1 pitch. See Dean Keycapper do that a time or two. He's got 2 different arm slots. 3/4, and then he'll drop down almost sidearm. Just to give the hitter a different look, especially from the left side.
Throw strikes from those arm angles.
Up the middle and a base hit on an 0-2 pitch. Run will score. And the Diamondbacks also, point of emphasis for them going into this season was being aggressive first to third. And they did that there with Gene Segura's owing scores. He had a key at bat in this game. It's now 8-2.
Speed of the game. Heads up. Good camera work right there.
So 2 on still and 2 outs. And here is Paul Goldschmidt. Out of Texas State University. Always say this: if you can play, they will find you.
I was going to say it for the young people out there trying to make it to a major university. Just goes to show you sometimes it just doesn't matter.
All the time too. You see with guys that are drafted when they're 18, they don't go to junior college or a 4-year school, and yet they make it to the big leagues, and it might take them 5, 6, 7 years, but they're late bloomers.
I played my first professional game. I was 17 years old.
Were you really?
Yep. And I was not ready.
A base hit into center field, and the Diamondbacks pouring it on. It's now 9-2.
Quickly turned 18 and was playing against guys that were 24, 22. Then 4 years in college and then in the minor leagues for a year.
Well, that's what you're talking about, though, with guys like Izzy and some of the others going down. It's about trying to figure out how to be a pro. Travel, dress, I mean, little things like that.
Well, the funny thing for me is I remember those days, and it was like they expect you to be a pro. You had no idea.
Sure.
You're just a young kid coming out of maybe a small town and could be coming out of New York City. Nobody knows what it's like to be at this level or what actually is expected at this level. And they tell you, oh, they're watching you all the time. Well, you don't know what that means.
Jake Lamb, a high fly ball into deep right center field. Hazelbaker with room and makes the catch. Diamondbacks pick up 5. And we head to the bottom of the 8th. It's all Arizona. It's 9-2. By Bud Light, raise 1-2 right now, and by your local Volkswagen dealer. A chilly night here in St. Louis. 9-2, Arizona with the lead. Chevy called to the pen. Randall Delgado, 20th appearance. And he may be asked to get the final 6 outs here for the Diamondbacks. Middle of the lineup here for the Cardinals. It'll start with Stephen Piscotty. First pitch taken for a ball. don't know if you saw this, but there's a report that the competition committee in baseball has gotten together, and one of the things that they're talking about and implementing a new rule would be a new strike zone for next year. There's been talk of the inconsistency of umpires in calling the zone, and what they want to do is raise it to slightly above the knee to the letters on the chest, which might actually be the strike zone in the rule book, but they want to see the strike zone make it a point of emphasis. I'm sure pitchers would not like that, asking to raise the strike zone. Hitters are saying, let's do it.
I would take that pitch. I think the only thing that bothers me, if you get a good shot, maybe we'll see it when he starts to throw a home plate to the catcher and the hitter, is when the catcher catches a fastball at the mask and they call it a ball, it's belt high. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, literally belt high. So you're telling the pitcher that he's got to throw the ball from the belt to the knee. That gives you what, 2 feet? And the strike zone is supposed to be from kind of the bottom of the letters to the knee, which gives you probably, you know, 3 feet, gives you another foot to work with, whatever. I don't even think that's not even 2 feet from your belt to your knee. Stand up and let me see how far your knee to your belt is.
It's about 3 feet.
But I don't understand, first of all, why as a hitter you wouldn't swing at it, and second of all, how do you not call that a strike? I mean, it's literally at the belt. So you're telling me the reason why, and I think Tony used to be on the rules or the competition committee. Doubt he is anymore, but maybe we should have asked. Too bad that article didn't come out an hour ago. We could have had another conversation.
It's another hit for Eric Fryer. Tell you what, he's done a nice job.
He has. Wasn't he 6 for 6 at the beginning of the year?
He was. He can run a little bit too. He gets down the line very well.
Well, he's in great shape. I mean, he is not your typical catcher. He's lean, he's athletic. It's almost like you would see like a guy like that had moved positions.
Still wondering right now about Brian Pena. Eric Fryer has done a tremendous job. Here's Jerko, and he takes a ball low, and now a visit. I said to Jimmy, and I don't know if our fans agree with this, and I thought it when I saw the series in Arizona. I was convinced the ball's juiced. I mean, the ball was flying out of that ballpark, and whether or not it stayed in the ballpark, everything hit just seems to be hard coming off the bat.
I can see that in Arizona, and I think the ball does fly in Arizona, but I've kind of noticed it this year a little bit too. The ball's been carrying a little bit more. Other than the West Coast at night, it sounds a little bit crisper. So I'm going to go investigate this weekend.
Grab a baseball.
I can literally tell by holding the baseball if it's wound tighter than it used to be or not. It was when I came up in the big leagues all through the 90s and the 2000s. They always talked about all the steroids and everything, and literally the ball was wound tighter. It was harder to pick it up with your hand. You could tell the difference. And then as I got later in my career, that same baseball we use in the game, you could put your fingernail in it and it was a lot softer.
Seams a little bit down.
I don't know if the
it.
seams were any different. I just thought the ball was softer. Literally, you'd see, you talked about the ball being dented. The ball never got dented in the past. It was just, there's nothing to dent. It was like,
Two balls and 2 strikes on Jerko.
wow. Look where that ball landed in the dirt. It's the only spots. That's pretty good right there.
Last thing that Chip Hale wants to do is get somebody else up and throwing, but all of a sudden you get that merry-go-round going with this Cardinals offense. You never know. And a 3-2 pitch to Jerko. Hazelbaker on deck. 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. Bases are loaded, nobody out.
You want to make a manager unhappy? Come into a 9-2 game and bounce sliders in the dirt.
Those were nowhere even close.
Chris Carpenter used to call those NCP, non-competitive pitch. There's one unhappy man right now. Look at his face. He's not happy.
See, that's if I'm Joe Carter, I'm inching a little bit further to my left.
Like that? We shouldn't give them a TV in that booth. They should be able to see what we're showing. Unfortunately, he's got a monitor right in front of him. I'll tell you what, though, it's to his credit, and you said it, living and dying with the game. I mean, he really is passionate about the game and the game being played the right way. And if you're playing the game the right way right now, you're firing fastballs down the middle until they beat you into the ground.
Exactly.
Because your chances of getting outs, bouncing curveballs in the dirt are not good. And chances of getting outs by just throwing the ball over the plate, getting to put the ball in play, the odds are with you.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Ball one.
There was many nights I would sit in that dugout, see that reaction out of that man.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Now some fans are going to say, you're down by 7, he just walked a man, you got a ball on you, why swing at that pitch?
I agree with that. I agree with that if a guy that you don't know is on the mound. If you got a guy that you've been around and seen and know that he's usually throwing strikes or the ball's flat, you go after it. But yeah, I also agree with that. I think with as much as he's been all over the place, I would probably have to take a pitch there. But you also at this level tell your hitters, if you're good enough to get a pitch in the zone, you have to attack it.
I see both
might
ways.
be your strike. It might be your one pitch to, I mean, yeah, I think a 4-run home run right here doesn't put you in the lead, but it's a lot better than being down by 7.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Tejada is on deck. You got to wonder if Mike Matheny would pinch hit for Tejada. You've got Moss, you've got Adams on your bench.
See, even he's cold. He put on a jacket. You got to believe that Mike Butcher went out there and said, hey, listen, just throw the ball over the plate. Take your chances.
Moss or Adams could put a charge in one, and then you could shift Carpenter to third. Keep either Moss or Adams in the game at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hazelbaker with a fly ball. Out to left. The catch is made, and the runners stay put. That's going to be it for Delgado.
Like you said, this is the last thing as a manager that you want to see.
And as many innings as they've been throwing.
Yep.
Daniel Hudson will come in, our Chevy call to the pen when we come back. 5 above 500. And the big difference is in ERA. It's about 3 runs, the difference with their starters at home as to what they do on the road. And tonight they have a 7-run lead against the Cardinals. Daniel Hudson is into the game, bases loaded, 1 out. And Ruben Tejada will be the hitter. So 1 out, bases loaded, Ruben Tejada. Started 3rd tonight. First pitch, taken for a ball. Matt Adams is on deck. Good numbers with the bases loaded. No grand slams, but a .382 average. .95 from Hudson.
A little difference in approach. Here you go, hit it.
Hey, remember back in 2011, Hudson made a start against the Cardinals, went 5 innings. He's had 4 innings in relief against St. Louis. Two strikes. Cubs with a 5-0 lead over San Francisco. So they've given 5 runs of support to Jake Arrieta. He hasn't allowed that many runs since May 23rd of last year. And Tejada strikes out.
The difference in making you swing the bat right there. You know, we talked about, here you go, hit it, and then you throw the slider. Then think about getting in a situation like that, young, old, whatever. Some of the pitchers, you know, have to max effort out there every time they go out there. Doesn't matter the outcome of the game or situation you're in. And tell you what, when you're playing defense and it's getting cold and there's a 7-run lead one way or the other and your pitcher's bouncing balls in the grass, there's not a bunch of happy campers out there on both sides. Hate to break it to you folks, but it doesn't matter if you're winning or losing. You don't want to see that on the field. Some unhappy players out there.
Adams had 4 RBIs last night. One and two.
Pretty good numbers for him pitch hitting this year.
Across the board for the Cardinals. Here's a 1-2 pitch. 2-2. Cardinals with just 6 hits tonight. Arizona with 13. Both clubs have committed an error this evening. And the 2-2 pitch to Adams. The merry-go-round starts right now. Popped up. Foul territory, and that will send us to the 9th. A sigh of relief for that man. 9-2 Diamondbacks.
In the minor leagues, and I died to do it in the big leagues once.
9-2 Arizona as we move to the top of the 9th.
I wanted to show you something here while you put your head down for a second. Notice the runners here. 3-2, 2 outs, right? Everyone's taking off. If you're at second base here, look at Eric Fryer. Hasn't moved. He waited till the last second. No reason to get an early start there. You're going to score on a base hit. He waited late so you don't distract the runner. Or the batter, I'm sorry. Don't distract the batter because he's still trying to hit there in that situation. But get a running start. If you're a half a step too late, you're scoring anyways on a base hit.
Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is Ruben Tejada, your new pitcher. Our Chevy call to the pen. I never thought I'd be saying that. It's Ruben Tejada. A fly ball lifted into right. Tomas is the first out.
87 miles an hour.
Did you ever do this?
No. I wish I had a chance. I did it in the minor leagues one time, and I got fined in kangaroo court because I said I had better stuff than everybody on our team. I was a pitcher growing up my whole life, and I had one of those arms that never went away except for my senior year. I got hurt, and I ended up getting drafted as an outfielder and never pitched again except for one time in A-ball. But I would die to pitch in the big leagues 1 inning.
Last pitch was at 88. Last position player to pitch for the Cardinals was Daniel Descalso. He did that against the Cubs in 2014.
I like it. Rearing back and throwing it.
He snaps back that throw from Eric Fryer. The intimidating presence that is Ruben Tejada.
Tell you what, no matter what, he's going to be sore tomorrow.
I also think he's throwing too hard.
No.
You need to get a guy out there below the hitting speed. You know,
the competition in your head takes over. Uh-oh.
Wow. Oh my. Ball was crushed.
Well, like you said, anybody can hit a fastball at this level.
So Herman, the home run to make it a 10-2 Diamondbacks lead.
Tell you what, that's a good feeling right there, because striking out against a guy like this is a bad feeling.
You've done it?
No, I got
you've
lucky
seen it.
enough to not strike out against a position player. I don't know if I've ever hit against a position player. I got lucky enough not to be in that situation.
Remember Doug Flutie came in for the Patriots and kicked an extra point because he always wanted to do that.
That was actually the one thing I was afraid to ask Tony.
Let you come in and do this?
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't going to let you get hurt.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty confident that I knew my own ability. Here we go. Catch it, Danny.
It's been 10 years. We haven't had one come up to the booth. It's not going to start
Seriously?
now, Jimmy. 10 years.
This is a bad angle here for catching fly balls. It's got an overhang, kind of tucked back. It's a long way to go.
It's disappointing. Into deep right field. Piscotty back-to-back home runs. I'm telling you, you got to have a guy that throws about 65.
Yeah, well, you're right on that part. I mean, he is throwing the ball about the hitting speed, and it's straight. But you know what? He's doing a service to his team right now, and he's saving the bullpen. And that's what matters at this point. The ERA is going to be a little high at the end of the night. I mean, that's hitting, though, right there. My gosh.
So back-to-back home runs, Herman and now Drury.
Oh.
Look at that.
That's what he should have been doing earlier.
Oh, breaking ball.
So we're talking about being competitive. You're sure your infielders are breaking and snapping off another one, snapping off hooks.
Center field, there's Hazelbaker for out number 2. The Cardinals continue their series with the Diamondbacks. Coverage begins at 2:30 on FS1. Then on Fox, it's the return of Baseball Night in America, featuring the Cubs and Giants. It's all Saturday on FS1 and Fox, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Nathan McCann, our associate producer tonight.
We have video replay. We need sound replay.
Nathan was in my ear and our ear.
Everybody's ear up here.
And Nathan is about 8 or 9 years old. He's 9 years old and a lot more mature than the other ones that are in the truck. 2-1 in the count. Phil Gosselin. Come in, you don't walk anybody. He'll give up a couple of home runs, but gets the 3 outs. Ruben Tejada Presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. It's our Chevy called to the pen. Evan Marshall is into the game. You are shocked at that picture you're about to sign for me.
I was trying to get them in the truck to take a picture of the picture so I could show the world how amazing you are. Working all these years down there on the field with the players, now up here calling the game.
Yeah.
Young stud.
I was, I'm not sure how old I was, but somebody gave me that picture today, and I said, well, thanks.
This is like 04, 05, I think.
It's got to be. I said, give me that thing. How about Jimmy sign that to me? I'm afraid what you're going to write, though. Here's an 0-2 pitch to Carpenter. Back to Marshall for the first out. Are you meeting up with Tony La Russa after the game tonight?
Not tonight. I don't want to hear about the game. Wait till the off season to meet up with them. I was going to go have a late night snack and a cerveza or something with my friend Andy, but this game is taking a lot longer than I expected.
That's it out of play.
Heads up, Dan. How about on the bounce? We could get one on the bounce.
I'm not kidding. There's a gentleman right down there, and he said, I'm the guy that missed the ball last night, and it just landed about 10 yards away from him. So if he was turned around and was paying attention, he would have had a souvenir.
Story of some people's life.
Yep. It's timing, Jimmy. That's ripped. Right center.
This kid can flat out hit.
Sure can. Ground rule double. Aledmys Diaz. It's fun to watch. You know, I'm a little disappointed in you, too. I got to be honest. I anticipated you with the microphone ready
I know what you're going to say.
Interview the young man that let that ball go in the bleachers at right center last night.
I almost said, you know, my biggest regret of the year so far is not running out of Ballpark Village. If I knew that we could have had some kind of monitor, headset, mobile unit,
microphone,
I would have been on the run.
You would have done it.
Yeah.
I would have enjoyed that.
You know who was great about it was Scotty Warman. He was like all about it. Let's go. I wish we had the opportunity to run out there. Well, we would have cut to the studio. We'd have both been gone.
He's versatile.
He's awesome.
That's what I liked when we had you in center field a few years ago. It was last year. And Tom Mee, our esteemed award-winning director, we were wondering how long is Jimmy going to stay. And the game was dragging on. And then we took a shot after about 3.5, maybe 3:45 into the game, and there was just an empty seat with the microphone. Jimmy's gone. He had left. You left us.
No, but I didn't.
You did. Where'd you go?
Probably went around the corner for a second. I finished the game. Unless I was told to go home.
We couldn't find Jimmy.
By the truck. You know what I love about this job? You can blame everything on the truck, and they really can't do anything about it.
No, you always have the last word.
There they are. Hey, guys. They're listening in their earpieces. Ricky Horton just gave a flash of the back of the biceps.
Yeah. How many times I've seen that?
Hopefully not too many.
You can't help it. He's Dan, you know, I had a great workout today. Let me show you. Yeah, there he goes.
There it is. Nice work, Ricky. Keeping the people on their toes. You know what they say, give the people what they want. People want to see biceps.
Doesn't apply for Ricky.
Gotta love Ricky.
Nicest man in the game today. Except when you're next to me, you're the nicest guy.
Ricky, what did Ricky say last night? Your tune's going to change when I come in here and he's going to get killed. You were right. Turn around and wave to the fans. Say hi, Mom.
A few years ago, Ricky's mom came in the booth. I said, throw a headset on. Let's talk about your life a little bit.
Uh-oh.
So we found out all about young Ricky Horton.
That's why I wouldn't let my mother get on the headset.
I know. I wanted that to happen. Patrick Corbin is our Budweiser player of the game. 6 1/3, 4 hits, couple of earned runs, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. Here's Steven Piscotty with runners at first and second. One ball, one strike on Piscotty. Hit out of play. There's a broken bat, slowly hit. Oh, and an error. And again, the Cardinals will have the bases loaded. Any way you want to look at it, either side, this game is pretty ugly.
Long and ugly.
Yep.
I think we had a huge thing yesterday about the pace of play. Scotty and I were talking about. This is definitely not one they want to look at.
Fryer, his second hit. Let's give that guy some credit. He stays sharp enough to get a couple of base hits. Rarely, if ever, plays, but he's 2 for 2.
This is all you want in your backup catcher. You got the best catcher in the world every night, night in, night out. This young man, Eric Fryer, just hanging out, waiting for his turn, making the best out of every opportunity that he gets. That's hard to do and very special.
You know, John Mozeliak has talked about that all the time. He says it's so hard to get a backup catcher over the last 10 years to sign in St. Louis because guys want to play. I mean, that's the bottom line. They want to play, show what they can do, and to convince somebody to come here to be a backup is very, very difficult.
It's a good gig, though. I think we used to think as players that there guys would come in that would love this job. It's like being a backup quarterback in New England.
Right.
Just, I'll take a couple million and watch and learn from the best.
Here's an 0-2 pitch with the bases loaded. And that's a base hit. (11-4). Now if Chip Hale has to get somebody up now, he's really going to be upset.
The man is not happy. There goes Butch. Mike Butcher's old school.
Did you see when he went out to Delgado, he gave him a little fist bump to the chest?
Mike Butcher thought somebody showed him up in AAA one time. He hit a double off him and pimped it.
Uh-oh.
He came set. Took a catcher, put down the fastball. He came set. He spun to pick off the hitter at second and threw it straight at him. Nobody was covering.
Pick off the runner at second.
But he wasn't picking him off.
Just trying to hit him.
He just wheeled and threw it at him, and you know what, broke loose.
That's old school.
I loved him every minute since then.
Hazelbaker chops it towards third, gloved, and out. So runners at first and second. Brandon Moss will be your pinch hitter. Excuse me, runners at second and third. Moss the pinch hitter with 2 outs. First pitch hit down the left field line and out of play.
Tough at bat right here for Moss, I think. Long night. I'm off the bench. The thing about being in a blowout is you can't really ever relax. I mean, you think, okay, game's out of hand, we're just going to play it through. When you're a bench player, that's usually when you get in the game. And you get this far into it, you got to stay loose. I mean, what do we got? 3.5 hours? And you got to figure out at some point you're going to get in this game. It's tough at bat.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Trying to extend the ball game to Matt Adams, who's on deck.
Just need a 6-run homer. Be set.
6-run homers. That'll help. In the right center, 2 runs will score.
That'll make your night coming off the bench right there.
He's been really good in that role.
I'll tell you what, and I'm going to be honest with you. He just turned a why has it got to be me to a great day.
Yep.
There's my man right there. Long game to watch when you're in charge of the entire organization. Good at bat by Brandon Moss.
These Cardinal pinch hitters have been phenomenal this year. Home plate umpire Mike Molchinski is trying to break up the visit on the mound, and Adams trying to extend the game.
Shot clock ran out.
You love that shot
I
clock.
can't even find it anymore. I think it ran out a couple innings ago.
11-7. Adams pulls it foul. Jake Barrett is now throwing in the pen. Adams puts it in play, and it's a base hit.
Is it me, or did the last 5 shifts not work?
Seems that way.
It does, doesn't it?
It really does.
It really is magnified when it's wrong. Right? Guy hits a line drive into right field. The guy picks it, throws him out. No big deal. You hit a 2-hopper to short, and the whole world sees it.
That'll be it. Flashback. John Mabry, the Cardinals' greatest comeback ever. You had homered right before that, if memory serves correct.
Look at the guys.
Awesome.
Is that hilarious? Those are grown men. Oh, they're pretending to be grown men.
Right.
There's Mabes. He had a flashback, what, 2 nights ago? Was it when he hit for the cycle?
Natural cycle.
Natural cycle. He was flying around the bases.
Cardinals have scored 6, so any size coffee, fountain, or frozen drink tomorrow, just 50 cents at your local On the Run. I called that home run by saying they're going wild down there. And I was watching, the bench was going just ballistic.
Yachty jumped up into someone's arms. Even Barry was going nuts.
Danny Graves, the closer of the Cincinnati Reds. 0-2 the count here, and now the shift is put on for Carpenter.
Seriously, the shift. 2 strikes. They love it.
Jake Barrett into the ball game.
I see Carp hit one down the left field corner.
Exactly. Here's the 0-2 pitch.
Oh, tried to.
And here's what I was talking about earlier. Shift on the infield.
Yep.
Play him the opposite way in the outfield.
See, I don't, in this situation with Carpenter, I don't know if, I mean, that's probably the book on him, but he seems to be more of a pull hitter all the way around unless someone's really going to pitch him away. And a lot of times in the scouting report, they'll tell you, hey, we're going to pitch this guy away tonight. See what happens.
Here's the 0-2 pitch.
You can see they're kind of going out over the plate.
Fielder's indifference for Matt Adams. Base hit can make this 11-9 and bring the tying run to the plate.
Just one more hit at least. One at a time. Get Diaz up to the plate.
Carpenter out to center field. Bourne is back and makes the catch. He gave it a ride, and Arizona holds on 11-7.
He's
had
gonna have
enough.
a heart attack. I don't know what to say about this one.
Wow.
Interesting to watch Mr. La Russa react to some of this. Long game. What a battle. I mean, they battled back. I mean, what are you going to say? This offense is amazing. Rough night on the mound. Made a game out of it, though.
Long night comes to a close. Post-game show is coming up next. Scott Warman, Rick Horton, they're standing by. Stay with us. 11-7 the final.